$23,000.
23, yeah.
Oh, you're not sitting right up front, are you?
Okay.
You got the raw tomatoes in the back. to talk about today. It's good for us to get things underway. I'm Jim Pittman, the Effingham Town Moderator, and I'm very proud to be here conducting this meeting today. I'd like to start out by asking everyone to please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize all of our veterans that are here this morning. Thank you so much for your service. We appreciate it. We also recognize our public safety, our fire, EMS services, our police force, and all who do so much every day to keep our community safe. Thank you very much. Of course, many of them are here. First order of business, let you know, most of you have been here many times before, but should you have to suddenly leave this, not only can you exit through the door you came in, but there are exits here and here, which will take you to the rear of the building. We're hoping that will not be necessary. And then here's an admonition that our grandparents never heard. Please silence your phones. They would say, what phones? Who could get a phone in here? I'd also like to thank all the staff here at the school, starting with Principal Patty Morrissey and Pam Buswell and Mark McKinley, who are the custodians who come in and they set things up for us, and they make the elections and these meetings proceed smoothly, and we really appreciate all they do and attention to detail. And this is a great venue for us as a town asset to have this school available. We'd like to also call out the Effingham Elementary School fifth graders who are running the bake sale in the lobby. And of course, as if having baked goods available isn't reason enough to want to go over there, we wanted to let you know that the proceeds from this sale will go for them to attend ecology camp over in Maine. And I was told that there's probably people in here who've done that when they were students. Is there anyone here? Do they want to raise their hand? Yay! And it was a good thing, right? Okay. So it's by donation. So you can, if all you have is 100, well, what can I say? Also mentioned, you may have seen there are donation boxes in the lobby for the Freedom Food Pantry. Unfortunately, there are folks who depend on that food pantry, and the Freedom Food Pantry serves the residents of Effingham as well. So if you had the forethought to bring some items with you and left them out in the car, at some point there should be an opportunity for you to bring those in. I'd like to thank our supervisors of the checklist who are over there checking people in. Not only do they work hard all year long, keeping the lists up to date, registering voters, changing voter information if they should have something change in their lives, but they really do a lot of work during the elections particularly. And they're kind of unsung heroes because so much of what they do is behind the scenes. But really want to thank Carol Pfister over there. Carol, show yourself. Thank you, Carol. She's always keeping an eye and making sure things are under control. Also like to draw your attention to the nonprofits and commissions who have tables set up in the back. Hopefully you had a chance to look at them when you came in, but they all represent great activities in our town. And for the nonprofits, we have the Green Mountain Conservation Group. Most of you are very familiar with the work they do. And associated with that is also they sponsor a book program. We have the Effingham Preservation Society and the Lord's Hill Meeting House also have displays back there. Our town commissions also, we have the Heritage and Historic District Commission, the Historic Town Hall Project, and Effingham Public Library, along with the Friends of the Effingham Library. So lots of things going on to benefit the town. folks who volunteer lots of time, energy, and money to make these things happen. Okay, I just want to quickly mention that the elections for the school district also occurred on Tuesday, along with our town elections. And particularly like to mention that we now have a new Effingham representative to the school district, Nate Williams. Nate, are you here today? I don't know. I'm not seeing him pop up. But anyways, Nate Williams is going to be your new school rep. I did that for 6 years, decided not to run for re-election this year, but I know Nate is very enthusiastic, and hopefully he will find it a rewarding experience as your representative to the school district. You might have seen that during the school balloting that the budget article failed by 4 votes. 4 votes, it did not pass. There will be a recount next week, and I will be part of that recount commission, so we'll see what happens. Should that stand, it will go to the default budget, which is a few $100,000 less. Okay, a little bit about rules of procedure. Now, they are detailed in your report, your town report. If you did not get a town report, there are boxes over there by the entryway. Be sure to go grab one, because otherwise you may not follow the activities quite as well as, unless you just want to hear us all wax eloquent up here about everything, that's fine too. But those are there, and also the fire chief let me know there's also some paperwork there detailing what they hope to do with the public safety building expansion, so that paperwork is there as well. But for our rules of procedure, which are on page 60 and 61 of your report, those are the green pages. There's all kinds of intended rules about conduct of the meeting, but I'll just touch on a couple of little things. Number 1 rule always is let's be kind. We're all neighbors. We can save our pointed language for other places and times. But here, I'd like to see the spirit of cooperation prevail. Almost as important as being kind is there's a microphone set up right over here. Mike, you want to point to the microphone? Yeah, there's Mike. He's pointing to the mic. And it's very, very important that when you come up to speak, that you do so and not say, well, I have such a booming voice that even though I'm way in the back corner, everybody's going to hear me. And it really isn't true. As much as we like to think, yeah, I shouldn't have to get up. Some of us of a certain age have a little bit of hearing impairment. And I think there's quite a few people who may share that. So let's not assume that you're going to be heard. I'm sure whenever anybody speaks on any of the items before us today, they really want to be heard. So please use the microphone, even though it might be a little scary or you might feel it's redundant. Okay, no one will speak unless recognized by myself, the moderator. The exception is you can raise a point of order, or you can challenge my ruling. This is really your meeting, even though I'm trying to be the ringleader here. When you do speak, state your full name. Try to do it clearly. Our clerks over here are going to be recording who makes motions, seconds motions, maybe says some other things. If they can't hear your name well, and also don't assume that they just know you because they've seen you somewhere. It's always good to be sure you're stating your name when you come up. Thank you. Importantly, we do not use Robert's Rules of Order. I'll repeat, we do not use Robert's Rules of Order. We have some similar procedures, but if you're a closet parliamentarian and you think, oh, he did not do that quite right, well, it's probably intentional because we keep it pretty informal. We don't get bogged down in all of that stuff. We have motions and seconds and votes and stuff like that. And we've also only entertained one motion at a time on the floor. But we do not have a House parliamentarian to try and drill down to what people may say is a fault in procedure. Speakers are asked to keep their comments within 3 minutes if you can. Obviously, if you have great expertise and insight, we'll let it go beyond that. But we have a lot of people here, which is great. We had to pull out extra chairs, and it's particularly great because it's gonna be such a nice weather day. What are you doing here? But anyways, no, I'm glad you're here. Absolutely glad you're here. So let's give everybody an opportunity to talk if they need to. And brevity is definitely a sacred aspect of that. A little pet peeve of mine is acronyms, LOL. Don't assume that if you come up and start speaking on something and you use an acronym, a shortening, that everybody knows what an ETF is or something like that. Actually say what it is, because sometimes it's just confusing and people will say, well, I hope they get around to explaining what they're talking about. So just be aware that we don't all have such specific knowledge. I always point out that RSA, which we love to say, because RSAs are the law, right? RSA, this and that, stands for Revised Statutes Annotated. Doesn't that explain it? Anyways, that's what RSA means, but just know it's a law, New Hampshire law. I hope this goes without saying, don't be disruptive. If someone is overly disruptive and uncooperative, we do have law enforcement here who will ask you to go out and work on your team. I reserve the right to decide how we vote for the most part. In other words, I might say, let's have a voice vote, say aye, say nay. When you came in, registered voters should all have got this little piece of paper. That they just ask all in favor, do this, so on and so forth. The exception could be if there's a ballot vote and there's a procedure, people can ask for a secret ballot if there are 5 people present who petition to do that. And we also expect to have at least one article proceed to a ballot vote today. And we'll talk about that as we get to it. And I guess we'll, even though I have ultimate power here, you can't overrule me. A 2/3 vote can overrule a decision of the moderator. So again, the power ultimately lies with the residents and voters of the town. It's my intention to call a recess around 10:30, mostly so you can buy baked goods, but also just to make sure the plumbing in the building is still working properly, so on. But we'll just see how things go, but roughly in that time frame, I will call for a recess. And should it turn into a relatively longer day, we'll probably have a lunch break as well. We'll see how it goes. Okay, any questions on any of that, comments? Yes.
Can we just remind them also that we're live on YouTube as well?
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I was remiss. This meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. And I will call your attention to cameras. There's one over there on that card, which is facing this way. And there's one on the stage down past the screen over there looking out at the general audience. If you're shy or have, copyright infringement issues, you've been warned that your celebrity will continue to grow. Okay? All right, let's get into it. This is actually an extension of the town meeting that began on election day. So technically, town meeting begins with the elections, and then we go into recess until today when we take up the rest of the questions. So Article 1 was in fact the election, the town election, that we had on Tuesday. And thank you for those that came out to vote. We had 225 ballots were cast, a relatively light election, I think owing to the fact that there was little competition or controversy for most of the offices. Nonetheless, great for folks to come out. I'll quickly go down the offices and say who prevailed in the elections. Interrupt me if there are any additional questions from what I say. So, for Selectman 3-year term, there was a vote for one office, and that was Rosemary Wisenbeck, won with 181 votes, and there were 13 write-ins. Let me state at this point that two things. One is when you saw posted results, you wouldn't necessarily see all the write-ins. You know, there were people that cast a vote for Mickey Mouse or something else. Those may not necessarily have appeared on the initial return, but if you want that information, it is available. Typically, if somebody votes for one person and, you know, somebody gets 180 votes, it's not that relevant. It just confuses matters. But I know on social media, sometimes there's a thought that, oh, something is going on here that's not right. The information is available. For clarity, we don't inundate with those sorts of details that, as I said, may be confusing. Also, note, even though there are 225 voters that had ballots, sometimes people don't vote for an office. So for example, Rosemary had 181 votes and there were 13 write-ins. That doesn't add up to 225 because some people decided not to vote for that office. Okay, thank you. For trustee of funds, 3-year term, there was one opening, and Carol Pfister prevailed with 200 votes, and there were no write-ins. Thank you, Carol. I guess you're gonna have less free time now. Zoning board 3-year, there were 2 offices available. Lawrence Edward prevailed with 162 votes. Alan Taylor had 32 write-ins. So if he should accept that post, he will fill that second opening. And then there were 10 other folks as write-ins also. Planning board 3-year term, there were 2 openings. Grace Fuller, 164 votes. Gary Jewell, 167 votes. And 10 other folks were written in. Budget committee 2-year term, 1 opening, Mike Cameron. There he is right there. Got 174 votes. There were 8 write-in candidates as well. Budget committee 3-year, there were 2 openings. Elena Pycott with 174 votes. Mike Cahalan received 28 write-ins. And there were 18 other folks who also were written in for that office. Supervisor, the checklist, a 1-year term, 1 opening, Maureen Wolfing-Hillsman received 183 votes, and there were 3 folks written in. Maureen is over here. She is not going to accept that office. The reason being is that she is going to be assistant clerk for the town. And Cheryl Fyrick, who was one of the write-ins, has said that she will accept her write-in for that office. So even though Maureen got all those votes, she's going to do some very important work at the clerk's office. Library trustee, 1-year, 1 opening, Harriet Greystone received 194 votes. Apparently, no one wanted to challenge her. There were no other write-ins for that position, so congratulations, Harriet. And last, library trustee, 3-year term, there were 2 openings. Grace Fuller received 177 votes. Steve Riegel, 176 votes. And there were 7 other write-in candidates. So congratulations to everyone who prevailed in their election, and thank you for running. Sometimes it's a little difficult to get people to come forward and fill these slots. So we really appreciate that dedication to serving the town. At the end of the meeting today, those folks should come forward and they will be sworn into their new offices and proceed on a life of excitement. All All right. So we have several zoning ordinance amendment articles, Articles 2 through 11. They all passed by a very wide margin. The average was 147 yes to 54 no. So it was pretty decisive. There were none of them that were anywhere near close to being contested. For the sake of brevity, I will just say that, but also open it up. Does anybody have any questions on any of those articles that you need information or comment on, or want more detail in terms of the vote? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. So we'll get into the meat of things here. I'm going to go to Article 12. Which you can also read along if you like in your green pages here in the book. Article 12, Public Safety Building. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1 million gross budget for the design, permitting, construction, and equipping of a building addition to the fire department to serve as the town's public safety complex, also called the project. To authorize $1 million of such sum to be raised through the assurance of bonds or notes in accordance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, to authorize the Board of Selectmen to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes, to determine the date, maturities, interest rate, and other details of such bonds or notes, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to apply for, accept, and expend any federal, state, or private funds that may become available in respect to the project to reduce the amount that must be bonded or to pay debt service on such bonds or notes. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee. This will require a 3/5 ballot vote. And the description is to fund a public safety building for the police and fire department. The proposed bond would be for $1 million for 10 years. And,
So moved.
okay, Chris has moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Leo. All right, and I will refer to Chris or, okay, we will have Chief Eldridge speak to this.
All right.
And, yeah, it would be good if I turn your microphone.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Right back.
Everybody hear me okay?
Not yet.
How about now? All right, I'm gonna try not to scream into this thing.
You need to keep it close, Paul.
Closer. I don't.
That's good, you're good.
I don't.
I just turned you down a little.
So I'm gonna just try to rattle this off. We've got this up here for everybody to kind of follow along. Can everybody see that okay? All right. So the current police department, we have 2 full-time officers, myself and Sergeant Baker, who's seated over there. Nobody knows who he is, Brian, so known. And we have several part-time staff, including our animal control officer, who's also seated over there. Part-time administrative assistant and some part-time officers. The current department is located in the modular unit, which is located behind the town office on School Street. A couple of years ago, we had the space evaluated by Primex, who's our town's insurance carrier. There are significant concerns regarding the safety and security of the building, and the building may not meet the current industry requirements to operate as a police department. The building's over 40 years old. The typical lifespan of the modular classroom is around 20 years old, and the police department was moved into the modular 20 years ago as a temporary measure. The police department, right now, we do not have adequate space to conduct interviews with victims and or suspects. We have no room to process these evidence, which mostly we're speaking to vehicles. This is a significant issue for us because anytime that we need to do such of these things, we have to go to an outside town, which removes us from the town and takes us away from, being around to answer calls. We do not have adequate or secure space to store evidence. Our evidence room is very, very small and it's getting very, very full. We've had to actually had it redesigned and rebuilt last year, and it's already filling back up. Sorry, I lost my spot. What's that?
Evidence room.
Yeah, evidence, I'm sorry. Some of our evidence was required by law for us to maintain for more than 20 years, and we are running out of space for that. Another big topic is the police department's not ADA accessible, so if anybody handicapped needed to access the building right now, they are not able to. Another photo we're gonna put up here is the non-ADA accessible entry. There was a soft spot in the floor which resulted in somebody actually going through the floor, which has been since covered with plywood. The modular unit is still being utilized by us as well as several other boards and commissions for small meetings and as a workplace. Should this project pass, there is still a concern for the other staff that's utilizing the modular. The Board of Selectmen have met to discuss this concern and have developed contingency plans to limit the use of the modular should the public safety building bond pass. This includes expanding available workspace into the conference room, moving required files out of the modular, and moving public building meetings out of the modular and into the conference room. Should the bond pass, there is a meeting space available in the new building that could be used should the town office conference room not be available. I'll turn it over to the chief.
Try not to make awful noise with this mic. So the current fire station was built in the late 1960s. At the time it had been built, there was no on-duty staff in the station. The department was a strictly volunteer department. At that point, it was just used to house vehicles and equipment. There were no staff in there working day to day. It was basically a situation where you came in, went to the call, and then left. They did house some small meetings and trainings and stuff like that there over the years. At one point, there was a training room built in the back of that building that was since removed. There is currently no separation. It's just one big garage space. We do currently have on-duty staffing in our building Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And our existing building just simply does not have the space to provide our staff with required space to fulfill their job duties in a healthy and safe manner. The current station does have 2 small offices. The on-duty crew occupies one of them. They can only be in there 1 person at a time due to the size. This limits their ability to complete required reports, training, etc. The office also creates privacy issues when completing HIPAA-required documentation. After every medical call we go to, we're required to complete a medical report utilizing HIPAA documentation. That stuff that needs to be done in an office, it can't be done out in a common area or something like that. The paperwork is confidential. You know, just think if we're coming to your house for a medical emergency, you wouldn't want us having paperwork with all your medical history and your demographics out in the public. That needs to be done in a secure office. We don't currently have the space to do that. The second office is my office. I don't have any usable space in my office to meet with vendors, the public, or our employees. As a fire chief, I'm effectively a manager of people. Every person on my department is considered a town employee, and they have to be treated as such. So when it comes to doing things like hiring, discipline, maybe even a termination, or meeting with a vendor that's coming in to do work for our department or for the town, I don't have a place to meet with them. I have to sit in a bay in the middle of the garage space, and I can't protect them from other employees or people coming into the building during that conversation. That's a huge HR violation. With that being said, we also have no secure place to store paper records, including our personnel files. A lot of these cannot be stored digitally. They have to be maintained in paper copy, and they also have to be maintained secure. Being a fire department, one of the things that we maintain is a line of duty death packet for every one of our employees. That tells us everything we need to know about their medical history, about their family, about their wishes should something happen, whether that be a major injury or even a death. Unfortunately, that's a reality we face in our job, but those packets need to be readily accessible by the chief. They can't be locked in the town office or something like that where we couldn't get to them in an emergency, but they do need to be secure at the same time. My office simply doesn't have the space to properly secure those documents. The current fire station does have 2 bathrooms. One of them is out of service and needs significant plumbing repairs. It needs concrete work around the drains and things like that. The secondary bathroom, the toilet does work, but there's no sink in that bathroom, so after our employees go to the bathroom or even the public comes in and uses the bathroom, they have to come out of the bathroom and walk over to the kitchen space to wash their hands. 2 photos of our offices. The one on the left is my office. As you can see, my chair pretty much takes up the entirety of the space there. There's no room for somebody to come in and sit with me in that office and shut the door. And as you can see, file storage and paperwork storage is pretty difficult in there by all the clutter. The picture on the right is the crew space. Like I said, there's room enough for 1 person. However, there's a window behind that person, so somebody coming in the main entry door can look at that computer screen and potentially see the report that they're working on. Additionally, if they have any paperwork out on the desk that they're working on, the public coming in can see that paperwork. Photos of the 2 bathrooms. The bathroom on the left is the one that's still functional. As you can see, it's just a toilet. There's no sink, anything like that in there. Bathroom on the right does have our gear washer and our clothing washer and dryer. That toilet is out of service in that restroom. Firefighter cancer is a huge topic. Based on some of the stats we were able to pull, firefighters are 250% more likely than the average citizen to be diagnosed with cancer. And on average, 68% of firefighters will be diagnosed with cancer during their lifetime. The best way we can mitigate that problem is to allow our firefighters to shower within 1 hour of returning from an incident, as well as decontaminating any of our equipment or clothing that was used during that incident. And that's not just for building fires, that's for car fires, that's for outside brush fires, that's for somebody having an uncommitted burn that we get covered in smoke. It's all the same cancer-causing toxins that we get covered in on these calls we go to. The other unfortunate reality of our job, going out to medical calls, we experience some houses that are less than sanitary. Bed bugs and things like that have been a concern in the past, and we need to decontaminate after that stuff too, so it's not just the fire use. Our current station does not have a shower, so the firefighters are forced to drive their personal vehicle home, decontaminate themselves and their clothing at home in their personal showers. This drags all of that contamination I was just talking to into their vehicle, into their home, into their washers, and exposes their loved ones to the carcinogens that we're trying to eliminate. The current fire station does have an exhaust removal system. It's limited in its capabilities. Not all of our vehicles are attached to it. It just wasn't engineered for all of the vehicles that are currently in the building. So every time we're starting up a vehicle that's not attached to it, it's filling our entire space with the diesel exhaust and the nasty smells. To be clear, even with the system fully functional and attached to every vehicle, it doesn't eliminate all of the exhaust. The system doesn't automatically attach to the truck as you back it back into the station when you're coming back from the call. That's still producing some exhaust. It also doesn't capture every amount of the exhaust coming out of the truck, even when it's attached and fully functional. There is still potential that we're exposing people, even with that system fully functional. We do have a kitchen at the fire station. It's open air to the rest of the apparatus garage, like everything else. That means our stove, our sink, our dishes, the counter, the table are all covered with this diesel exhaust. Our turnout gear, after we come back, is stored in the garage, so our turnout gear off gases when we come back from a fire. So that material is present in our atmosphere that we live and work in as well. The kitchen is the only place for us to prepare our food during shift. A lot of us do bring our meals from home. We're not necessarily using the kitchen to cook, but we are using plates and the sink and the table and things like that to eat at. Those are all contaminated. We frequently have to wash our dishes before we pull them out of the cabinet to use them. Photo on the left shows our little kitchen table. It's again in the middle of the apparatus bay. I don't know how well it looks for you, but if you look close, you can actually see the layer of dust on the table. That's about a daily occurrence, so typically when we arrive for our shift, we kind of have to wipe it down before we eat at it to get all that nasty stuff off the table. It is a garage at the end of the day. It's hard to mitigate that concern with the dust and with the diesel exhaust and all those things that are present in our atmosphere. Photo on the right shows our kitchen. As you can see a truck in the left-hand corner of that photo. It's open air to the garage. There's no protection from any of the stuff that's happening in the garage space. Primex, they're our town's insurance carrier. They came out in November of 2024 and did a full walkthrough of the fire station. The high priority items that were pointed out were the lack of shower facilities for firefighter decontamination, the exhaust removal from the apparatus bay and overall ventilation in the apparatus bay, the lack of adequate gear storage with adequate ventilation to the outside of the building. As I referenced, our gear off gases when we come back from calls. That needs to be in a room that's vented directly to the outside so that off-gassing isn't present in the atmosphere that we're habitating. And the biggest thing is we need to separate our crew space from the equipment space. Our crew working in the garage space just is not adequate, it's not healthy, and it's not safe. Again, in our current facility, our staff are continually being exposed to the harmful cancer-causing carcinogens, and we have no way to decontaminate after. We're knowingly allowing our staff to be exposed, and there's no simple way to mitigate all of this within our current facility. The only way that we can separate our staff is to remove them from that garage space and create a clean workspace for them to live. We don't have the space in our current building to build something like that. One of the big questions we've had is why haven't we fixed the problems yet? We are awaiting quotes to complete our exhaust system and to get that connected to the rest of the vehicles to at least help with some of that contamination. We have requested those quotes, we're waiting for them to come back in, and obviously we're waiting for our operating budget to pass today as well to provide some of the funding for that. Like I said, even with the vehicles connected, there is still some contamination that can happen, but it at least helps with the problem. We do have an RFP ready to be sent out to remodel the bathrooms in the existing fire station. Whether or not this project passes today, we are going to move forward with that, and we will be redesigning the bathrooms to add a decontamination shower.
Excuse me, Chief, could you tell people what RFP means, please?
I apologize, it's a request for proposals or a request for bids. So we would send that out and allow contractors to come back and provide us bids that the Board of Selectmen could then select. With that being said, we haven't put that RFP out yet because if this building passes, there's more workable space in that garage by us moving into a new building. We can move the washer and dryer around and things like that and create a larger bathroom space, potentially separating the shower room from the bathroom and things like that, so that there's no gender concerns or anything like that as people are sharing that space. If we do not pass the bond today, we're gonna need to leave the washer and dryer in there, we're gonna have to build a smaller bathroom in that case. So that's part of the reason why we haven't addressed this yet. Some of the options we looked at, the current fire station, as I referenced, it's not adequate to directly add on to right now. That would incur more than likely higher cost or similar cost to the new building. And also if we make major modifications to the current structure, there's a good chance we're gonna need to bring them up to current NFPA and ADA standards as well. That will also incur some very large costs. The current fire station is more than adequate to continue storing our apparatus and equipment, as long as we can house the staff elsewhere. The equipment is more than capable of being stored in that building, it's the staff that are the concern. The current fire station does have a brand new roof and a brand new generator that were funded this year through insurance claims after the April storm. When we reviewed the cost of building a complete new public safety building, potentially in a new location, the costs were exorbitant and it's just not feasible to present that. For reference, the town of Jackson just recently had their town meeting. They approved a new fire station, it's just a fire station, it's not public safety, and their estimated cost is $6 million to build a complete structure. Based on our review of all that stuff, our decision was made to present the standalone structure that will live on the current fire station property. It won't be physically attached to the current building, it will be approximately 20 feet away. The current station, again, will remain in place for equipment and apparatus storage, and the new building will be administrative and office space and space for our crews to spend while they're on duty and complete their tasks. Our committee has met with a drafting and design firm. They have extensive experience with projects very similar to this. They've provided drawings of the proposed buildings. They are on the table just inside the door if anybody would like to take a look at them before they vote. The layout of the building was designed with input from the police department, the fire department, the board of selectmen, and some of the town residents that attended our meetings. The proposed design allows both of our departments to have the space we need to safely operate, and it provides a healthy and safe workspace for our crews during their shifts and when they're coming in for calls. The proposed design also brings the police department into compliance with some of the federal and state requirements, which we may not be meeting currently. The proposed design provides the fire department with office space, emergency operations center during emergency events. That's a place that we can function to coordinate our response for storms like the April storm. We need an area where department heads and folks from Eversource and the different utility companies can all collaborate together in a private work area to determine our response. The other thing that we've added is a bunk room. The bunk room eliminates the need for some of our personnel to drive to and from home during major events like the April storm. A lot of us couldn't even get to our homes there, so we were sleeping on cots or on floors or whatever the case. The addition of that bunk room does not mean that we're gonna request overnight staffing or anything like that. That's not the intent. It is for future growth. That's not to say that, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, we don't get to the point of that. But that's why we're building this building to be ready for the future as well. It's not just a temporary measure to get us through a few years. We expect this to be a long-term building. The new building is gonna be significantly more energy efficient to heat and cool versus the current police and fire stations. It's also gonna include a large training room. We're pointing that the community room. It can be used by the fire and police to host training events, various meetings, and et cetera, the things that we're currently doing but don't have a functional space to do it. We can use it as a small shelter. Again, if something like the April storm occurs, that room could be set up as a shelter to house some people if we can't get over here to the school where our primary shelter is. The meeting space, as I said, is a community room. We would make it available for different groups in town. There are nonprofits and boards and commissions that meet in other places currently. This is an additional space where those folks could meet, again, helping them to get out of that modular for some of their meetings. Primarily, they do use the town office conference room, but with the number of meetings that occur at certain times of the year, there needs to be an additional space for that, and this building could be used for that. The training room will allow fire and police to host regional trainings and some of the required job-specific trainings. From the fire side, think of like firefighter 1, EMT, the courses that we require for our staff to function as a firefighter or EMT. We can host those classes in our town. Our staff can attend right here in town. And a lot of times when we're doing that for both fire and police, the town ends up getting free seats in the class, meaning that we're not paying to send our staff to these classes because we host it instead. We don't currently have a space that we can do that. We're forced to go to other towns to train our folks, and we're paying for the course costs. The septic system and the generator that are currently in place at the existing fire station are adequate to support the new structure. We will construct a new parking lot that will accommodate the additional parking need as well. While we designed it, we did our best to keep in mind our future growth, as I said, but we're also trying not to make this building oversized and overly expensive. We're trying to keep it to the bare minimum to meet our needs and provide a healthy and safe work environment for our employees. Again, it's an investment, it's not simply a temporary measure. We expect this to be a long-term situation. The proposed building is being designed so that we can add on in the future should that need ever arise further down the road. The location is ideal for fire and police as we have easy access to all areas of the town. There's been a lot of speculation about some of the different areas in town that the fire station should be. We feel strongly based on our call responses and the locations of our calls that this is a great location for us to be. We've also experienced some major storms in this town over the last couple of years, and we found that certain areas of town get blocked off very easily, which limits our access to get to the fire trucks and things like that. The current fire station location has been a very good location that we can get to from multiple different directions should roads start getting blocked off. There's a quick photo of the outside of the proposed building. The garage that you see on the side is the police sally port. That's an area that can be used to store those seized vehicles that they're processing, as Chief Eldridge had talked about. Again, other than that sally port, we won't be storing any vehicles in this building. It's simply space for people. There is an interior layout here. Again, there's space for the police to have their sally port. There's offices for both chiefs. There's a patrol room for the police officers to share and do their report writing and things of that nature. There's a shared space for a kitchen and a day room. That's an area for the firefighters to spend any downtime they may have, or if they come in off shift, it's an area that they can spend their time. There is an evidence room. There is a storage room for police files. There is a mechanical room and IT room. There is a space for a secretary and a lobby with a public access window. The police department currently has a administrative assistant that processes pistol permits and things of that nature. The idea would be that that could become a shared position between fire and police, so things like burn permits and stuff like that would be available on a regular basis. There is an ADA accessible public bathroom as well. You can see the training room up kind of in the center of it with all the chairs there. There is a bunk room on the top right. There is a crew office for the fire crews to complete those sensitive reports and trainings and things that I was referring to. There is the EOC, which is the room with the smaller table with the chairs around it. And there is a bathroom with a shower in this structure as well. The reason we're having a shower in this structure and proposing one in the old station as well, the old station would be the decon shower. So when you're coming back from a fire or you're coming back contaminated, you're not gonna come into this new structure until you're clean. The shower in this facility would be when we have those April storms and stuff like that, and we're here for multiple days. It's simply to clean up. It's not a decontamination shower. There is, again, with the plans out back, there is a larger copy of that if you want to see that in more detail. Again, part of our plan here, we're going to do some minor modifications to the existing station. The bathrooms are going to be taken care of, the exhaust system will be taken care of. We've already kind of got a plan to design and build a gear room to store that turnout gear and ventilate to the outside, as we talked about. The construction of that room is contingent on us moving into the new building. We just don't have the room to build that while we're occupying the structure. We already have some ideas as far as donated labor and donated materials to build that, so it is not actually part of the project budget, but it is part of the overall project. And again, significant renovations to the current building would likely require us to come up to ADA and NFPA standards. Another question we've had is why we're doing this now. Why wasn't this done sooner? Over the last couple of years, the call line for both police and fire has grown exponentially. The frequency of the serious incidents that are occurring in this town are rising every year. The people that have said, you know, we're just small Effingham, nothing really happens here, why do we need this stuff? Unfortunately, it's not the truth anymore. Our town is getting much busier, the severe incidents are rising every month. Chief Eldridge and I both present statistics to the Board of Selectmen every month. Those statistics highlight what we're doing, the calls that we're responding to, and the types of emergencies that are happening in our town. I think a lot of you that may not experience what we're doing firsthand, I think those statistics would really open your eyes about how much we're actually doing in the town. Just because you may not have been impacted by our services, we are out there every day responding to a lot of calls for both police and fire. It's been known for many years that both buildings are inadequate. You know, we've kind of referenced kicking the can down the road. It's been what we've done for a number of years, but as the call volumes are increasing, as the severity of the incidents are increasing, as we're becoming aware of the danger of the exposure for our staff, we can't continue to operate the way we have been. We can't kick this can any longer. Every month we wait, we're just risking more of an exposure or a workplace injury. This is a graph showing our population trend, again, back to the small town of Effingham. You can see based on this graph that we're growing, the town is growing, the people are coming in. This is a graph of the police call statistics. Again, as you can see, they're pretty consistent, but the numbers are pretty high. 2024, 4,175 calls for the police department. That's not insignificant. Fire department call volume, this is from 2013 to 2024. There's a little bit of variation there, but as you look at the last couple of years, the numbers are growing. The numbers are growing every year. 444 responses to the fire department in 2024. This is a heat map. This is only related to fire and medical calls in the town of Effingham. I'm sure from where you're sitting, it's hard to kind of tell where everything's located. The right-hand side of the screen, you can see the line that goes down. That is the main New Hampshire line running along Province Lake Road. The darker red areas show the higher call volume areas. I referenced earlier that we felt this was a good spot, this station was a good spot for us to be based on our call volume, and I think that highlights that need. You can see the heaviest areas are actually right along that 153 corridor, or the Province Lake Road corridor. Grant funding's been another topic. At the moment, we have not been able to find a grant that would fund the entire project. Some of the grants are frozen at the federal level right now, and there's uncertainty as to how those are going to pan out as we move forward. There's really only one major grant program that covers fire stations, and it is currently frozen. And the requirements of that grant are pretty in-depth. And what I mean by that, the grant drives what we build, how we build, and the size of what we build. It's more than likely that if we were going for a grant to fund a fire station or a public safety building, it's going to be a very large building, and the cost increase of what we would have to build would actually make the town share more than this $1 million. We've identified some potential smaller foundation grants that may help cover some of the costs. There are grants out there to cover things like the heating system, for example. We are going to apply for those if this project is approved, and we will try to offset some of the costs that way. If we do offset some of those costs, our plan would be to take any overages that we have left over and pay that back towards the bond to pay that payment down and lessen the interest, which will lower the payment each year moving forward. The bond situation, None of us, myself and Chief Eldridge included, like the idea of putting the town in debt, especially with our current tax situation. We do understand where the town is at from a tax perspective. We all pay taxes as well. We're all under a tax burden in our own towns and in our own lives as well. We do understand that, we do respect that, and we do feel for that. However, we're providing an essential service for the town. And if the town wants the essential service to continue in a health and safe manner for our employees, we're gonna have to spend a little money to keep that service alive. We felt that the bond was the best way to accomplish the project in a timely manner without a huge impact to the tax rate. The idea of creating another trust fund or something like that, putting a little money in it every year is great. We did that before. The trust fund was actually suspended a number of years ago because we just weren't putting enough money into it. Doing something like that again is gonna put us 10 years down the road or more, trying to put money into a fund like that. Whereas by doing the bond, we have an easier to handle payment every year. We know what we're gonna be paying every year. We lock into an interest rate, and the cost of the building itself is not gonna continue to rise every year. There's no guarantee that if we present this again next year that we'll be able to do it for the same money. There's a very good likelihood that the cost will increase again, as will the interest rate. The project process, so through the whole thing, we've had several meetings with a work group, we developed plans for the project, board of selectmen, fire chief, police sergeants, fire captains and lieutenants, the road agent and members of the public have all attended those meetings and given their input. Mike Polkowski, who's in the audience with us today, has agreed to be our project lead. He's done this kind of work for his entire career, he has an extensive background, and the best part for the town is he is a taxpayer in this town as well. So the decisions he's making and the way he's guiding this project is from the opinion of a taxpayer. It's not from somebody outside. So with that being said, he's obviously doing the best thing for the town while keeping the tax situation in mind. Mike has obtained vendor quotes from real vendors for the majority of these costs. They're not just made up numbers, they're not just numbers that we shot in the dark. Mike did use his experience to come up with a couple of numbers that we aren't able to get solid quotes on as of yet, things like a sprinkler system. And for those numbers, he used his years of experience to come up with an allotment for that or an allowance for that. The quotes that Mike has obtained are not final. This project will go out to RFP. We will have vendors submit quotes, again, request for proposals, RFP. So we will get quotes back in and the board of selectmen and this committee will meet to determine which vendors we're gonna go with. We have placed an importance on using local vendors, especially vendors that are in town if possible. As with everything, the price increases are increasingly common. Even if we approve this project today, we do expect that there will be some minor increases. In the budget I'm about to show you, we have included a 12% contingency, so that allows for those price increases. The 12% is an industry standard allowance for this type of thing. The project budget, so general conditions, $60,925. Earthwork, $99,440. Concrete work, $42,534. Wood and plastics, $199,000. Thermal and moisture protection, $75,491. Doors, windows, and glass, $54,543. Interior finishing, $96,031. Specialties, $450. Equipment, $1,600. Furnishings, $9,080. Mechanical, $118,000. And electrical, $111,38. This brings us to a subtotal of $809,881. Adding that 12% contingency, $97,185, brings us to a grand total of $907,066.72. So with real quotes, we are within our $1 million budget that we're asking for. Again, the 12% will pick up the majority of any increases that are happening. If we have money left over at the end of this project, that will be applied back to the bond to pay that down sooner. What happens if this doesn't pass today? We're gonna continue doing what we do. Fire and police are resilient. We'll continue operating. We'll continue doing the best we can with what we have. We'll go back to the drawing boards. We'll try to come up with an alternate proposal. We've discussed other options such as getting temporary modular units for police and fire to habitate temporarily while we try to come up with a long-term solution. However, it costs money. And we're just throwing money at a temporary solution at that point. Obviously, that's not our ideal. We wanna spend money on permanent solutions, not temporary fixes. This is a quote from the bond bank showing the projected payment structure. It is over 10 years. The rate quoted at the time of this was 3.25%, and you make 2 payments a year. One of them is an interest payment and one of them is the principal payment. There are paper copies of this as well as the project budget in the back on the table as well, if you wanna take a closer look at those. The payment dates in the left-hand column. This was obtained in January of 2025, and the first payment date depends on when we actually execute the bond. If this is approved today, we wouldn't be executing the bond right away. With that being said, the first payment due for this project would not occur until after town meeting next year in 2026. So there would be no payment due in 2025 by the time we actually execute this payment, or this bond, right? That's the presentation we have.
Okay, thank you, Chief Harmon and Chief Eldridge. Acronym police thing, I think everybody knows ADA is American with Disabilities Act. Probably not everybody knows what NFPA stands for.
Sorry, I violated the acronym rule. NFPA is the National Fire Protection Association, and they set nationwide standards on fire protection and different ways fire departments operate.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Any other comments from the front table before we open up for general discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will invite folks from the audience to come up to the microphone if they have questions, comments. Again, it's right up here, and encourage people to say what they need to say.
Could you introduce the people at the table?
You want me to introduce these desperados?
Yes.
Okay. Our prior town moderator had a great idea. You may not know all these people. I'm sorry?
Education.
Education, yes, thank you, sir.
Start
Okay, on the end, Town Administrator Caitlin Pitts. Next to her is Leo Racine, Chair of the Selectmen. Chuck Fuller, Selectman. Chris Siemens, Selectman. And you saw Chief Tyler Eldridge of the Police Department and JT Harmon of the Fire Department. And over here behind me, we have Andrea Hood, who is our town clerk currently. And I want to observe that she did an excellent job of picking up the baton. We know that our prior town clerk suddenly had to leave his position, so hardly missed a beat, went right into the election. And her assistant is Maureen Wolfing-Hillsman. And I guess, is anybody, Chris? Who are you pointing to?
Michelle, our finance director.
Oh, Michelle. Oh, Michelle. I didn't see you over there. Okay, Michelle, and I apologize, I don't know your last name. Corus. Okay, Michelle Corus, our finance director. Thank you. Didn't mean to leave you out of the equation. Okay, back to our show. Thank you, Susan Slack, for that suggestion. Very good. So we encourage you to come up, make some suggestions, ask questions. I'm sorry.
I'm just raising my hand.
Oh, you're raising your hand. You want to say something? Come to the microphone. Yeah. No. In case you don't know, she will announce her name.
Carol's sister.
Oops, why don't I put your microphone on? By the way, I'm doing the sound mixing and everything else up here.
Carol Pfister, Stevens Road. Anybody who knows me knows that I've been standing up for 14 years talking about the modular and the work it needs. The toilet sometimes flushes, sometimes doesn't, doors open and close, and ceiling is falling, we've had water damage. 14 years I stand up at every town meeting asking for help for the modular, and the police occupy half of that building. And their side is no better than our side, I just have to say, every year. And we don't get, well, we get a little help.
Okay, thank you, Carol. You'll have to get mine, and we've got one other person.
Hi, Blair Foltz, Promising Road. First of all, I know you guys have the PFOA thing when you come back from a fire, so that's a real issue, and that's been a lot of reporting on that, how you have to wash and wash your clothes, and that shouldn't be where you're eating, so that's definitely a good thing. I have two questions. One is, and I know you've been working on this for a long time, but $1 million is huge. I'm paying like 10 grand taxes, and I don't even live on a pond or a lake, I have 5 acres. So I'm kind of like at the limit. So that's an issue. And in looking at your plan, it's so huge and it's a lot of office space. Have you thought about the other fire station and turning that into the municipal police and fire office? So that's one question.
So we have reviewed that and we have thought of that as a potential option. I'm assuming you're referring to Fire Station 1 on Lord's Hill. So that building, if you look at the property that it currently sits on, the area that the building occupies as well as the parking lot next to it is the entirety of that property. There's no additional land behind it, beside it, anything like that. That is our entire plot there. With that being said, there's also no septic system and no well there because of the lack of property. So it's not a viable building to really use for that. In addition, that building is in an extreme state of disrepair in and of itself and would require significant upgrades to make it functional again.
So I guess my detailed question on that was moving the equipment from there to the I don't know, number one, whatever the one is in Center Effingham, and turning that building, it seems like it might be cheaper to renovate that building and put it into an office space. So that's just one thought.
I mean, it's difficult to say without, being a construction expert, but we would likely be talking about completely tearing that building down and starting fresh, as well as a new septic and a new well as well. So I think by the time you figure in the cost of all of those items, we're still gonna have to build a new structure. You're likely gonna be in the same cost ballpark that we are now with this one.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I had was, in the view of everything, I know Mike's done a lot of work on this and I respect him as a builder. And I know we're kind of thinking for the future, but it's, looking at that, it looked like it was like downtown Boston or something. I mean, an evidence room and this room and this room, it just seems like, is that important at this time and for the future?
Yeah, so I can speak to the evidence room. So the evidence room is very important. Anytime we take anything off the street, being, narcotics, evidence that was taken from a burglary, basically anything sexual assault kits, anything of that nature, that all needs to be secured. There's usually an evidence process, which being we have an evidence custodian within the police department who's responsible for the care, custody, and control of that, when it goes in, when it comes out, when it goes to the lab, it's all logged, it's all kept track of when it goes to court. Because, when that goes to court, that can be raised as an issue if it's not secured properly, handled properly, logged in and out properly, it becomes a chain of custody issue, which then that evidence could be inadmissible in court, which then would, jeopardize the investigation that we put so many hours into. So thank you.
Thank you.
And if I may make another point on that, the evidence room is not only required, it's a mandate as well. It's a federal mandate that the police department have that, so it's not even something we could choose to cut out.
Hi, I'm Mike Cameron from 142 Snow Road, and it's kind of an esoteric or sort of theoretical question about bonds. Is there a qualification process for a town, and has that been done yet? Where does the town stand on actually qualifying for a bond of this nature?
Yes, sir.
So yes, the answer to your question is yes, there is a qualification, and after we go through this process, and hopefully it goes in the favor of yes, we do still have to qualify to have the bond bank sell us a bond. That may or may not happen. It's based on, we have to have 3 consecutive audits and meet the criteria for debt to income ratio type thing, if you will, for lack of a better description. So, we could still not be qualified, but we are in good shape for that. We have had those discussions. with the bond bank. I wish that slide was still up here, but those numbers are based on some of those factors that you saw for over the 10-year, where Effingham is at as far as that goes.
I just to clarify, you said that you feel that we're in good standing?
Yes.
And I'll just jump in quickly. If you want to investigate the RSA 33:8 dealing with Municipal Finance Act, you can find it online and maybe answer a lot of your questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
one more comment on the bond itself. If for some reason we obtain the bond and the project doesn't pan out, something drastic happens, God forbid, we get to that point, the bond can be completely paid back early with no penalty. So should something occur, we cannot spend the bond money, we can pay it directly back to the bond bank, there is no penalty for that. So that's kind of a safety net as well, there would be no penalty for us doing that.
Grace?
I'm representing, so we're going along Snow Road here. Grace Fuller, 208 Snow Road. I have a couple of questions and comments. One of the things, and sort of to follow up on what Blair was saying about the hazardous material, and I brought it up the other day. I'm concerned that there's no hazmat wastewater storage collection after showers and cleaning is done, so that the water doesn't get contaminated and flow into the South River, which is right nearby. So that's just a point I'd like to bring up. The other thing is, and so I guess I'll ask, have you considered that in your design?
We have, the only wastewater that's coming out of our building, we don't have any drains in the apparatus bay or anything like that. The only wastewater would be from washing our turnout gear as well as showering and decontaminating ourselves. And that level of decontamination doesn't meet any threshold to require any special tanks or special pumping. If we were collecting water out of the apparatus bay or something like that, there would be significant requirements to separate that from the normal septic system, but there's not enough of a level of contamination that would affect the groundwater or anything of that nature.
Okay. And then sort of, again, to sort of follow up on what Blair was saying, so she thought it's very high, what we're going for. I don't think it's enough money for what we need to have done based on what's going with costs. I am certainly adamantly in support of having a public safety building. I feel that this has been kind of condensed and it needs more forethought. So what I would like to propose, and I offer this out, and I don't know how to do this logistically, if this vote doesn't pass, I would like to have money put aside so that we can continue on the planning process over the next year to maybe bring this up again next year. So is that something, and I guess I'll ask the moderator, is that something that we could do and add to the operating budget if this vote doesn't pass, that we could add in appropriate funds for planning and architectural designs to consider this for next year?
I'm not sure. My off-the-cuff answer would be, I don't believe we could do it at this time.
Not at this time, but when we get to the operating budget, if we wanted to add in.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's what I meant, is during the course of this meeting, generally you cannot change the, I guess they call it the subject of any of these particular things. It would be new. So if it were already on here, and I don't know if we're gonna find that, if it's already in the budget, then, it could possibly be modified in terms of dollars. But we'll find out when we get to Article 19, I believe, which is the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, Chuck.
Chuck Fuller, Snow Road. I believe when we get to the operating budget, if somebody wanted to make an amendment with an amount of money to the professional contract and services line in the executive 4130, that could be added on at that time there.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. And we have a line, Mike, if you want to get in the line back there.
I'll wait until it peters out.
Well, ask Mr. Morris to come forward.
Wow, hold on. Jim Morris, brilliant presentation, Chief, thank you very much. I'm concerned when I was preparing for this meeting, when it talked about bond issues, there were two. And I went to look for, well, bonds are usually predicated on previous audits. The website shows the last audit presentation of 2020, which means we don't have anything to look at to prepare for this issue. So I need to address where can I find 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Is there someone who can address this?
Can you hear me just fine? Alright, hi Mr. Morris, so when the website was switched over, there were things that were already on there. I did not realize that those audits were not on there, so I will definitely do that. If you do want copies, you're more than welcome to come see me as well at the Board of Selectmen's office, and I'd be more than happy to hand them to you as well. But I will get them on the website.
Just because we're talking about it, can you talk about how those audits made us look?
I can tell you to the ones I've been here, so 2023, which was the first one I was here for, they did not notice any significant deficiencies at all, and it was a clean audit for 2023. They have not started, they started 2024, but that one, well, they'll come back in May.
I understand, which is why I didn't mention it, but. So the others have been completed.
Correct.
And there's information available, we just have to go to you to get it.
Nope, I'll put it on the website as well, actually, I can do it right now while we're speaking, but I'll get it on the website.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm George Wolf from West Range Road, and I'd like to thank the police and fire department for all they do for the town. And I know you guys have a situation where your facilities are definitely not up to par. I'm actually in the process of building now, and I'm seeing prices go up, interest rates go up, materials going up. The building, you know, to me, it looks like $1 million might be a little bit optimistic. I think 3.5% on interest, maybe a little, things are kind of changing quite a bit as every day it seems to change with prices. So my question is, if this gets approved, this bond gets approved, and the quotes all come in at more than $1 million, or we get to a point where we can't build what's designed on the budget, what happens then? Does that mean that the $1 million gets rescinded, or is it that we kind of put $1 million in and then we come back to the town next year and say we're $100,000 short, or, you know, wow, the cost of lumber, we hadn't anticipated that it was gonna double in, you know, in 3 months, or we didn't anticipate that bond rates were gonna change. So what happens, you know, if we can't get this $1 million? Does it mean that we put the money back and say, all right, we're gonna reevaluate this, or are we just, is the $1 million just the starting point? And we're just gonna start working up from there? I guess that's my question.
We're working this project as though we have $1 million to spend and there is no additional money. So our options at this point, I mean, there are a couple of options. We could make changes to the building, make it a smaller building, you know, cut some stuff out of the building that potentially we can do without. I mean, the building currently is at kind of what we're considering a minimum. However, if we need to do it within a budget, we're prepared to make changes if necessary. If those changes aren't feasible and we can't get ourselves within the budget, that's where I referenced in that God forbid situation, we just repay the bond and we're back to the drawing boards.
All right, so just to kind of be clear, we're working more within the budget as opposed to working to the spec of the building.
That is correct.
Okay.
We're speccing the building to the budget.
Right, and if the building can't meet that budget, the plan is not to raise the budget, it's to re-spec the building.
That is correct.
Okay, that's kind of what I want. Thank you.
If I may add to that, George, just on the bond and the interest rate, so the interest rate is 3.25. I think I heard you say 3.5.
That's fine.
Yeah, so 3.25, and when we initially started looking into the bonds and the interest rates, it was at 3.1%. I know that nobody has a crystal ball, we don't know what it's gonna do, but that was a year and a half ago. So fortunately, that hasn't changed that drastically. And we did look at a 15-year bond, actually the interest rate went to 3.59. So, there is fluctuation there, but we're confident that it's gonna hold within the next few months at that rate.
My concern is more just creep.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mike Cahill, you had your
I'm
hand
gonna
up?
yield my spot to Mr. Polkowski, and I'll potentially follow him.
Okay, he says he's yielding his spot to Mike, who is the
Good morning, everybody.
project manager.
I'm gonna waste no time and jump from the frying pan right into the fire.
Good for you.
First off, I wanna thank Chief Harmon and Chief Eldridge and all their staff for everything they do for this community. I think we're very fortunate to have them. So I did put together, I'm gonna turn around and face everybody, this is what really matters, is out here. I did put numbers to this project based on my experience. I've been in this business for 45 years, doing both commercial and high-end residential estimating, project management, and site work supervision. These numbers are real. I reached out to a number of contractors that I've worked with over the years for proposals on a design build. We don't have a set of specifications for this project. We have what's on a piece of paper, so it relies on trust, knowledge, and the ability to meet a budget. And that we did. However, our space needs in this community far exceed what the police department and the fire department need. Carol Spister spoke quite eloquently about the modulars out back at one of the meetings that we had to present this early on. Linda Edwards spoke eloquently on the needs to be able to think about this space as well. This project was put together in a short amount of time, probably 3 months, 4 months with a small committee, without looking beyond where we are with just the fire department and police department going on the piece of land that currently exists wherever station number 2 is. This is a big deal. I don't ever recall in the 45 years I've lived here voting on a bond, certainly of this magnitude. And if we're gonna do this is 10 years, we're probably not gonna get a redo to add on anything what we need. My feeling at this, I found out what we could do for $1 million and we could do a fair amount, because honestly, I think this would come in under the $1 million in respect to what George Pohl just said. Absolutely, prices are changing and nobody's gonna hold the price more than 30 days on materials. So we don't know what's coming down the road. But I feel, and here goes, I'm jumping into the fire, I feel that we need a little more time to be able to look at this whole project collectively for the entire community, which includes something for the boards that also serve, all the volunteers for this town. Trust funds, planning board, supervisor checklist, zoning, along with police and fire. Unfortunately, we have 2 locations, and those 2 locations aren't gonna change. So with that being said, I cannot support this as it is today, as much as I am in agreement with both chiefs. They're great guys, awesome crew, and I just feel that we need a little more time, form a real committee that's actually accountable to the public every couple of months. Let's have an information meeting, this is where we're at, take some input. I've done a lot of schools, and it doesn't work well when you design by committee, but I think at this point, we need to have more people on board so that at the end of the day, everybody feels good. Everybody's gonna understand, I understand this, taxes, I'm a big taxpayer as well. I have no choice, and I mumble and grumble along with everybody else, and I also sat on the budget committee for 21 consecutive years. So I know what it's been like working to try to save every nickel and dime with this town. In fact, one year we worked so damn hard, we thought we did great, and then the town voted all the money back in. So you never know what's gonna happen until you actually get done at town meeting. So my thinking is that if we could stay the course with design, look at all our options, try to be inclusive of all the boards, volunteers, paid employees, I think we will be back next year. The project might be a little more money, could be at 1.4, 1.5, who knows? We don't know where we're gonna be with prices going the way they are, but at least we'd have a more collective thought at what we're gonna do. And rest my case.
That's where the audience is. So my name's Mike Cahalan, and I've been on every board but budget committee until maybe now. So, everything Michael just said is exactly what I would have probably said, except for his little insider knowledge here. We had a little chat briefly before this meeting, as I sat down, so I knew we were in line. And everything Michael said to the board, to these gentlemen and their staff, absolutely great job and presentation. Brought them all the way. In 2019, was a selectman then, and we looked at the fund that we had for this project, and it's $51,000. And it had been funded for 17 years at $3,000 a year. So in a short 317 more years, we would have this $1 million. At that time, we just said we probably ought to get some money for something today meets some needs. So that said, the bond all the way, but I think this has been rushed. I don't think there's been a good job of community outreach to get us all in here, build a room like this and have these discussions. And that's not just to this bond. There was a $2.5 million bond being discussed for roads. I'm hearing that maybe that goes away today. We're not, perhaps not going to go into that, but at the projected bond prices, that was $4.2 million. And I feel I was left out of the room as a taxpayer as they discussed this. And I really think that community involvement is important and knowing how this affects the community as a whole, because a lot of people are struggling. So destroying some people's livelihood, their living situation, be able to be residents of this town is something we have to wait to. The bond, I support it, and bringing it back next year, I support that. I believe the bond's sales are in July, and I believe the bond prices, because I've had so many conversations with the bond bank and folks down there, is a variable, like a commodity, until the day it sells. So is it up or down? I may be wrong on that, but that was always my understanding. And as Michael said, prices are great for 30 days. Bond goes off in July. So there's some time there that if tariffs and everything have more than the average impact on pricing, even with Mike's experience, there's something to fall out of the sky. So again, I reiterate what Michael said, and I think that taking a harder look at this, as George Gold put out, that we shouldn't build a building based on the amount of money. We should build the building we need, because I haven't heard about future growth, how we tie into this building. Does the fire department, which 4 years ago, which our chief was a guy in his own truck driving around town, getting a stipend like all these other fellas that were on the force department. And now we had moved in 22 to a part-time chief for $25,000. Now we're looking at a full-time position. It begs the question, where are we in 3 or 5 years with the fire department? Daytime coverage for 4 years now. We have never met the financial obligation on what we put out as taxpayers for salaries. We fell short. 17%, 36%, 27%, 17% over the last 4 years, totaling over $98,000 that we paid for that staffing that wasn't there. The money's gone, it always gets used for something else, something always comes up. But my thought is, looking at my crystal ball, as I did 5 years ago and said, Chuck Fuller was on the board with me, and we said this building would be like $1 million. That was our target then. And here we are talking about it today. So I'm seeing the future of the fire department is full-time staffing, because the state has a shortfall back 5 years ago in being able to get volunteers in. So I guess we need to really look at where we are with growth. And as we saw those numbers, I was on the board when COVID spiked, that's that increase you saw in population. Along with that, we've
I'm
got
gonna
more.
ask you to try to wrap it up since those guys can respond.
Sure, we have also though the police department will potentially grow, and we don't fit all the needs, as Michael said. So I just want to see more down the road and focus on that before we buy something that we own it and we can't do anything with. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond there, Chief Harmon?
Yeah, I'll answer a couple of the statements. As far as not publicizing the meeting and kind of keeping it behind closed doors,
I didn't say that.
okay.
Come on now.
We discussed this in a number of selectmen's meetings. There was a public bond hearing that was announced. There was a budget committee hearing. There were several budget committee meetings that it was discussed in. All of these were posted and publicized. We also had held additional public information sessions that were publicized, recorded. All of these meetings are on YouTube. They're all available to the town. They've all been placed on the website. So, I mean, I feel that we did everything in our power to make sure that the public had the ability to come in and speak to these bonds, or at least the public safety bond. I don't know how else we could have gotten information out. So I guess if there's input there, that may help for the future. As far as future growth, I did address that when we went through the presentation. The building, as it sits right now, as presented, we expect to fit our needs for the next several years. And we do have the ability to add on to that building in the future down the road, should that need ever arise. So that kind of covers our future growth. The statements, I'm not gonna answer the statements about the staffing now. I think that's better addressed during the full-time fire chief presentation, because there are answers to those as well, but it's not really relevant to this one, so bring those back up at that point. I think that's all I've got for now, but you know, we did put a lot of work in to get this planned and to get this ready for the future and to have this building ready to go. And our biggest concern is, as I said in the presentation, if we continue to kick this can down the road, the prices are gonna go up. The interest rates are likely gonna go up, the building cost is gonna go up, and every day that our firefighters and our police officers are in this environment, we're risking exposure, we're risking workman's comp issues, we're risking injuries. So I want to make that very clear that that's still gonna be a problem if we wait any longer. As I said in the presentation, we do respect that there are boards and commissions using the modular. As I said, we did have some contingency plans to help get them out of the modular and move forward into the future with them, you know, even offering our own space for them to meet. So, you know, and not that, there's no good way to say this, and I'm not minimizing anybody, but we're looking at departments that are quasi full-time, meaning that there are firefighters in the station every day, there are police officers in the station every day, versus a monthly board or commission meeting. Again, I'm not minimizing anybody, everybody's important, they shouldn't have the workspace they do either, but there's a significantly different use case between the two situations.
Just to clarify, Chief, I'm not throwing stones at you or anybody on the work that you put out. I think you've done an exceptional job. I'm just thinking that there could have been a more effort, bigger effort probably from the selectmen to outreach, to engage with the community, to get us in early before we just have a presentation to take some input. That's all I was trying to say. I respect the hell out of you, JP. Hopefully you understand that.
Understood, thank you.
Anyone up here? Anyone up here want to add? Chris?
Just for clarification, the bonds bank does 2 sales a year. They do a spring and a fall bond sale. It's April and October, just for clarification on that. That's all I wanted to add. JT covered everything else.
I saw July on the sheet, Chris, that's why I meant that.
That's when we're being sold.
Okay, thank you. All right, you all set? Okay, next.
Hi, I'm Katie Proctor, 44 Green Mountain Road. First of all, I want to thank both of you gentlemen for all of the work that you do and all of the effort that you put into this town. My family has been here for over 40 years, and we've seen the growth and we've seen everything that's happened, and I can't thank you enough. I feel that I'm also concerned that it's not enough for all that you need and all that you do, but where I'm personally conflicted is I did not realize the issue with contamination. I did not realize the health and safety for you personally and your team and your families. And so my concern is, should this not pass today, where does that leave you? Where does that leave your families? Is there a plan that if this doesn't pass, there is something that can be done for your safety post emergencies? Does this leave you in a dangerous situation? Where does this land?
So I'll start by answering the question as a board member. So if the bond fails, we will and have in our budget for the maintenance and reconfiguring of the fire department needs, not wants, but needs, to minimize those exposures and take care of some of those issues. We just have to do it. And I think a lot of focus, in my opinion, a lot of focus has been, when everybody looks at this, they look at it more towards the fire side. This conversation started because of the modulars. This conversation started because the police department, and I've heard that it's been, with all due respect, I've heard that it's been good for 20 years, it'll be good for another 20 years. Realistically, the police department had no business being in a 20-year-old at that time, double-wide mobile home 20 years ago. And I was and like Mike said, jumping in the fire, I'm gonna jump in the fire myself right now. I was a selectman in the 90s. And when that was still in elementary school and those classrooms were still being used as classrooms, and that was not a good time to spend money then. I pay taxes too. I don't think I've ever been to a town meeting when it was a good time to spend money, ever, not once. We all struggle with our taxes every year since I've been an adult. I've struggled to pay my taxes. My parents struggle to pay their taxes. It's always a struggle. Every single year it's a struggle. But is a need. It's 2025. It's not 1995 when I first got elected. It's 2025. Then the expectations of our citizens in the government and the unfunded mandates that come across our desks with no funding, but the requirements to do all of our jobs is astronomical. And it just gets worse and worse every year. And there's never gonna be, I will tell you, we're having this conversation, let's revisit this next year. Let's start a bigger committee. I've been on several committees in my professional career. The more people you put in a room, at the end of the day, you leave and you go home and said, well, we didn't get anything done. Because you have too many heads. So you do try to minimize that. You want the input, but we try to get the information out there the best we can. Shy of putting a banner on the back of an airplane and having it fly around town, I'm not sure what more we could do. We did try to do our best, but there's never, I'll start by saying there's never gonna be a good time. We're always gonna struggle to pay our taxes. And I want to say, and just remind everybody here today, that the impact, and don't blame the school. Don't blame the school district. And I know this probably isn't the time, and I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, but it is relevant. The state education funding is what is the major impact. In 2024, the town portion of your tax bill went down 15 cents per thousand. We are trying to make sure that at some point in time, and we're hoping it's this year, that we can afford this. We don't have a choice because there's never gonna be a good time. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the front table? You're all set? Okay, yes, sir.
Good morning, John Burdette, Drake Road. Two questions. One, you have no idea how long this existing or the building you're proposing will last?
It's a hard number to put on that. Typically with a building like this, a minimum of 50 years before it requires any major renovation. So, I mean, again, it's hard to put a lifespan on a building like this, and Mike, feel free to jump in here, you're more of an expert with that than I am, but 50 years is kind of the number that I've heard a few times before we require any major renovation.
But that's something you don't know, and yeah, Mike's absolutely the best if he says something that's biblical. Second question, where do you live?
I live in Tamworth.
You live in Tamworth? Okay. Just curious, you kept saying the town that we live in, I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you. George?
George Bull again. I'm gonna take off my taxpayer hat and put my board member hat on. And kind of.
Which board is that, George?
That's the planning board, I'm the chairman of the planning board. And to kind of add to what Mike said, I understand that the needs of the police department and the fire department are the most pressing. And there is a certain, the modular is just unacceptable. And I totally believe as a taxpayer that we have to do something about that, and that's gonna cost money. But I also, to Mike's point, there are other boards that are not inconsequential that have needs, like the town clerk. There's documentation that the town has, just like the police have an evidence room. The town has to keep documents secure. There are privacy issues. We've had problems with documents. Blair is very aware of some of the shortcomings. And a lot of this has to do with, there are limited resources to a lot of the other boards. I'm sure that the planning board's not the only one. And I think that if we spend a little more time thinking about this and maybe getting a little bit more broader input, we may be able to leverage this budget so that this building, so that maybe it actually does cost a little bit more, but provides a lot more. And we get a better value to the town, so that maybe the town clerk can take advantage of that secure space. Maybe the selectmen maybe can take advantage of the space a little better. I'm not accusing the board of keeping people out of the loop. But likewise, I didn't really feel tuned into this, and I can tell you the best way to announce this is not to have a plane flying overhead, it's to say, we're gonna raise your taxes. People will show up all of a sudden. Funny how we have this turnout, right? So I think that this is now on the town's radar. I think people are taking this pretty seriously, and I think maybe taking a step back and looking at this from the big picture might benefit the town, it might benefit the fire department, the police department, and I think that maybe we might look at something like $1.25 million, but guess what? It's also taking into effect that the municipal building is already stretched, and it's already at its limits. I don't want to be coming back in 5 years and saying, the town clerk now, their mandates, and we have to have this and that, and more room, we have to build another building. So I think that some of this has to be fleshed out. I don't have the answers to it, but I think that maybe stepping back, looking at the big picture, people have, clearly this is on people's radar now. So I kind of support Mike's suggestion of not shooting this down, but rather seeing if we can maximize what's going to be a big bill to the town one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. And while the next person comes up, at the risk of not being neutral enough, what Chris is saying about the tax increase, it's not the school district's fault. It is in fact those people you voted for in November that went to Concord and lied to you about no new taxes. They are the reason your tax bill is so huge. I'll go back to being neutral. Next.
Dave Spencer, Green Mountain Road. So let's talk about the big picture. Okay, people don't want to hear this, but things are not going to get any better. Okay, by the numbers. Currently, 90% of the population has 28% of the wealth, and basically the bottom 50% have no wealth at all. Okay, so in 1929, 60% of the population was at a minimum viable wage. We are somewhere around 50% at a minimum viable wage, okay? So the flight of wealth to the high end is still accelerating, okay? We are basically on the cusp of a new depression. So as much as I don't like to spend the money, okay, I'm like, let's go back to basics, okay? This is something that we're gonna need for the next 15 years. And that typically is the length of the depression, is 15 years, okay? possibly with a war at the end, but that's kind of a different issue, right? So, I mean, for years I've been getting up here saying the town hall is something stupid to spend money on, okay? And I'll still say that, right? We need to get back to basics. Fire and police are what keep us safe, and we need this, okay? I'm not disagreeing that we should maybe not table this. However, I'm looking at the next 15 years, going like, what is it we actually need in this town, right? I saw the thing for the roads, I have no idea if that's coming up or not, but I mean, that's like insanity for the amount of money, right, to spend on roads. This is something that we actually need as a town, right? Thank you.
Paul Potter, Townhouse Road, 230, if you want to know where. Some of you people probably remember back to black and white television. Dragnet, anybody remember Dragnet? Okay, I'm gonna be Jack Webb here, just the facts, people. If the bond goes through, you can't get the bond until April, am I correct?
July.
Or July, or October.
The money?
The money.
The first installment will be August.
August, that's when you will get your hands on the cash.
Correct.
Okay, we've got August. When will, once the money is in hand, when will construction start?
If I may, if our hope is to have RFPs out and be locked in and start construction prior to that.
Okay. When will it be finished? Rough date?
Within 6 to 7 months.
Okay, so that is 6 to 7 months from August?
No, that's when, August, I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan. August is when the first installment, we hope to be contracted and start construction prior to that.
Approximately?
July.
July.
June or July.
July.
And it is, I mean, typically you can get away with 30 days, you correct me if I'm wrong, which I hope you do. 30 days out, or 30 to 60 days out, the contractors know. I mean, it's municipality. If we get the bond, it's locked in, we lock in the contracts, and we can start construction.
So we would consider maybe January or so, depending if the building would be finished.
And Mother Nature allow it.
Yes, I mean, there's acts of God that can hold it up. Okay, that's what I need to know, thank you.
Karen Payne, Drake Mountain Road, also trustee of trust funds. I think this is a really exciting start to something that our town absolutely needs and has been afraid to do because it's such a huge project. Thank you for offering the meeting space to the trustees to meet, but honestly, I'm gonna need to meet at the town office because that's where all the paperwork is that's going in and out of. My question is, if this bond passes, are we voting on the building that was designed in the past 3 or 4 months? Or are we voting on that amount of money that we can make some improvements on those designs? Because frankly, since the bond notice was posted, I've heard from a lot of different places other ideas that seem very reasonable, that take into account the bigger picture, even some of them around the kitchen table, that throw out some different ideas that hadn't appeared yet because there was already a rectangular building that was proposed that the work went into, but if we pass the bond, is it possible that there could be another scenario that the money is used for that satisfies our needs?
Who'd like to address this?
want to address it?
Oh, go ahead.
I,
What Mike told you.
there you go.
Mine? Yeah. So I'm trying to understand what you're requesting as far as, are you looking at a different aspect than putting up this building?
Is there time to take that budget and look at other ways that the needs could be met? Or does it have to be now that 40 by 100 rectangular building that has a purpose?
There is, from my opinion, as a taxpayer and a selectman, I think the project was too quick. We needed more input and everything else. I appreciate what everything JT and Tyler has done to proceed on this work with Mike and everything else, but a year ago, I always felt that with the existing municipal building we have right now, I would rather start putting something back, building onto the back of that building to get rid of the monitors and help the police department and all the other departments and everything else. And just get rid of the monitors, to add additional. Concerning the fire department, there's other options too that we could do. We could just put up a steel building, put the equipment in, and basically take the existing fire station, use it change it into an office, showers, the whole works. That process would be a lot cheaper, go that route. So we probably could combine the two operations, but if this fails, I'm definitely, selecting with Chris and Rosemary. We're gonna definitely start that discussion and going forward with that.
If this fails, like I said, I think it's an exciting start to actually get what we need. But if it passes, are we passing the building as designed, or could we take that $1 million budget and build a steel apparatus building and put the office building?
Yes, that's open for discussion.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not the actual plan blueprint that we're discussing now, it's the budget that we're discussing.
Correct.
And there would be some room for ideas to enter that might improve the effort. Okay.
JT, I think you have some comments on that?
Yeah, we're voting on the budget, and again, we were building the building to the budget, to stay within the budget while also meeting our needs. We've identified that there may be some excess room in that budget. I mean, maybe there's some extra meeting space that gets built, maybe some office space for our board or commission to use. I think that's where you were kind of going with that. But I think absolutely the plan could be modified to meet additional needs as well, as long as we can stay within that budget.
Thank you. Mike, did you want to add something? Can I just talk? Yeah, and then Blair, you come after Mike.
Just jumping in the fire is gonna kill me, I swear. So, to speak to longevity of the building first, the biggest thing that destroys a building is moisture in your outside environment. So we looked at this, I guess it's on me to say that in my experience, which it is to get a building that allows the moisture to go to the furthest part of the building that you can. So you release that moisture from the building. There was a steel building looked at originally. There was a pole barn type building looked at where the supports are 10 foot on center. It's called the Lester Building. Josh Babels over in Freedom is the distributor for that. There's one at Pine River Sand and Gravel for everybody that drives in and out of there, and there's a bunch of them around town. But that's not a building, it's a place to put your cows, you put your tractors, you put your used cars and everything else in, but you don't habitate the building where people are exhausting air and heating and cooling the structure. The building is, in my research and solicitation for proposals, it meets code as far as insulation values, thought about the mechanical system, which is the most important factor in this building, along with the insulation to make the whole system work. There's a continuous layer R5 around the exterior, R21 insulation on the inside, R35 in the ceiling space. We thought about putting mechanicals above in the trusses. The trusses were originally designed for mechanical spaces, but if I can keep that roof cold, that means the fiberglass roof shingle is gonna last the 50 years that they're warranted for. So there's a lot of thought. It's not just putting up a structure. There's a lot of thought in how you put the structure up. This is a design build. To be able to get any type of number out of this, we needed a plan. So my oldest son, who has a design and drafting business in Milton, took the job on for very little dollars. This isn't like a engineering proposal, an architecture proposal that Freedom passed for $95,000. We spent $3,000. So we're really out of it for no money. But you can't price something you can't see. So that's what we started with and expanded upon that for a design. Now, as Karen said, you asked, are we committed to that design? Absolutely not. But we're committed to a budget. Still think we can do it for $1 million, and even though I'm not in favor of this, I threw my hat in the ring and said I would put something together and keep this thing moving if need be. So I'm committed in that end, but I'm also committed on thinking about we need further work done. And like George said, it's gonna pick the bond up, but at least at the end of the day, we're not coming back in 10 years to do something else. We can pass it on to our kids or whoever else moves into town, and that's all, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Susan, I had Blair promised us next unless she's willing to yield to you. She's willing to let you go.
Susan Sline, Green Mountain Road. As we're talking about whether we're committed to this design, I think Mike answered that pretty well. But we are committed to a public safety building because that's what the warrant article is about, and that's what we notified the public that this $1 million would go to. So when we think about the broader needs of the town, we can't just glom on other things to it. We're talking about a public safety building. So if this isn't the time for that, or if there are other needs that we want to talk about and maybe configure this proposal, then maybe we need some more time to do that next year. But today, if we pass this, it's for a public safety building, fire and police. Thanks.
So I have a question, I'm not sure how to do this, but given all that's said about we need more time, I don't want to table this because that means it goes away completely, but how do we create it so that, we've never seen this many people in 40 years at town meeting, it's kind of exciting. People are caring about their taxes, they're caring about the growth of the town, they're caring about leading the town forward. Yeah, those modulars suck and they have forever. That's no place for a police department. And we have a lot of opportunities with 2 different fire stations. We could envision maybe building something behind the town offices. I don't know what that looks like. But now that everyone's here, can we try and all commit together to be like a different type of a team and spend the next year so that next year, when we come to vote on this, we have more clarity what we want from the town? How does that work? Can we move the question to a different question? Susan Slack can probably answer that.
No.
Well, I can give a quick comment on it, is that the body has to have the opportunity to vote. They have to have an opportunity to decide. You may, in your mind, already feel like people's minds have been made up because you think that's the right answer, but others may disagree with you. So I think we have to let it go to a vote. And Susan, you can nod your head if you think I'm good. Okay, she's nodding her head. All right, next.
Bob Strauss, Town House Road. There's a lot of people in this town that are on fixed incomes, and everybody knows it's hard. Everybody's taxes are way up, and it's just the way it is right now. And to come in here and ask for $1 million, and I haven't heard anybody tell me that that's the amount we're gonna spend. What I hear is that Mike did a great job putting all these numbers together, but they're not solid. I'm used to getting something that, if I wanna have something built, I'm gonna get something that says, this is what it costs, and I'm gonna agree to that. You're telling me you want $1 million, I don't know if that's not gonna be enough. You're gonna come back next year and say, I need $250,000 more? You don't know. That's the truth, right?
No.
Does anybody say that's not the truth?
Yes.
You don't know. So you're asking for $1 million And you can't tell us that that's the real project. You need to think more about it. I won't support it. As much as you guys need something, absolutely. Because what you guys are working with is not correct. But this is not right.
Mike, I saw you maybe having an opinion. Do you want to respond or one of the folks at the front table? Okay. JT or Tyler, I don't know if you want to, what do you want? Okay, next, Felix.
I'm gonna do like Mike did and turn around and face the audience, because you guys are the ones that matter on this subject. Dan Felix, I live on Henry Drive. I am a captain on the fire department. I am a taxpayer, just like everybody in this room. It's starting to sound to me like there's a sentiment that this needs to get turned into a community building. I don't disagree that there is a need for something else for the planning board, all the various commissions, everything that's currently meeting at town hall. However, in my day-to-day, I am in and out of fire stations, public safety buildings throughout New Hampshire. I will tell you, to a town, it doesn't matter what town it is, if they have a community building that incorporates the police station and the fire station, there's issues. All the commissions, the committees, you all serve a noble purpose, just like we do. It's a different purpose. Okay? It's not about us, it's not about you, it's not about anybody in particular other than the whole town. It's different missions. While I do agree that there needs to be something happens with the modular, everything else, we still need to try to keep things separate because we're in and out all the time. There's gonna be nothing but conflict if we try to incorporate everything into this singular building. Not only that, with town hall where it currently is, if we're talking about building something there and trying to move all the fire trucks up there, we're changing our response times. Where we're at right now, we're good to come north, we're good to go south, and anything on the east side, the west side of town, we have mutual aid for, and the ambulance is coming from that direction. So we're covering all areas of the town effectively with where we are. And if we try to move anything, it's gonna impact especially to the south. So that's all I've got. Thank you for being here. This is a heck of a crowd.
Thank you.
I want to respond.
I'm sorry?
I want to respond.
Okay, Leo?
There was no intention of moving the fire station up to.
That's what it's starting to sound like, that's all
There is no intention to move the fire station. It's going to stay in the same location, on my opinion. Depends on what the committee, the taxpayers say. As far as the police department and the rest of the departments that already has, I think, that's all up for discussion. So I just want to make that clear.
If I could make one more statement, I would like to remind everybody that the camel is a racehorse that was designed by committee.
Karen Payne. If this does not pass today, and yet we leave with the feeling that there are 3/5 of us here that want to see this happen for the police and the fire department, need we wait for next April to hold a vote for a bond? Can there be a special town meeting prior to that? And because April's we get off on a bad foot for building a building if you're not starting until after April. The best scenario is to be in the ground starting that building now. So, or you might should have said that. Anyways, does it have to wait until next April if there's enough support behind it?
Anyone?
Susan, please, the expert.
Okay, so Slack.
So there is a way to have an emergency town meeting if there's really an emergency. And you would have to go to the Superior Court and have the court agree that there's an emergency. Then you could have a special town meeting. Or without going to court, if more than half the registered voters in town came to the meeting, you could conduct the meeting. That's iffy. That's iffy. So I think we're skating on thin ice on that one.
Okay, thank you.
If I may.
Yes, Chris.
Further to add to that answer, we had to obtain bond counsel for the bond. There are very specific rules and regulations that goes into the procedures of the bond. Because of the bond sales, there's, with the fall and the spring, that impacts when, you can vote on things. And there's very specific language that this has to happen in this form before we move forward with the bond as well, so.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Step right up there.
Hi, Lisa Gardella. We're fairly new to town, living here, but I've been here my whole life. My family's been here since 1750. So I have a couple of angles going at this. I also am in construction. I work for a design build company. We do not charge to design build. The other thing is I thought I heard someone say that we could add on to this, so I'm not sure why we have to reconfigure the whole thing right now. We have something adequate for the police and the fire, who I applaud you for all you do. A third thing I think that we all need to think about is, I don't know if you guys have gone for your insurance, but insurance, we get charged extra because our fire and our police are not adequate here. So perhaps if we bring them up to a proper standard, we might save our money on our insurance as well. I'll come at it from a personal angle too. My daughter is a 5th generation fireman. My family is a fireman and police officer family. I had an uncle at 36 died from causes of the fire. I understand the safety that you need in these decontamination processes. If anybody wants to know my uncle's story, I'd be happy to share it with you. But he died from what he took in on his body on fire. My brother is a fireman in Effingham. He has been a fireman his whole life. My daughter is an EMT as well. We went through COVID. I understand about bringing these contamination things into your home. We went through it. We had to set up special things so the rest of us weren't affected by it. I don't think that this is even a cost of, I don't know how you can put money on someone's health in their life. We have firemen that run into your homes, they go to your house, they don't know what they're gonna face, and they just go for it. We've been without people at Thanksgiving and Christmas. My family runs when people need something. I think it's shameful that we can't give the firemen and policemen the proper facilities that they need to stay safe. They keep us safe. Shame on us for not keeping them safe. I think you can always do things in layers. I think layers is a good thing, one thing at a time. We've kicked this down the road. This is a layer. Let's get the fire and police safe. Should the other people in town have a place where they can do their business? Absolutely. Let's get together and get it done. But let's protect the people that are protecting us. And I don't come from that I come from that my whole life, from when I was a little girl till now. I have a 36-year-old uncle who's gone. His son was 6 when he died. He got blown up in a fire. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Sue Ebner, Polaris Way. I have to say that the people that serve our town are top-notch. They deserve better than what they have. But I'm just not sure that this is the right time for it. And I might have missed it, but what was the impact on our tax rate if this gets approved?
55.
I think you know.
50.
I didn't hear what you said, please.
There we go. The first year is 55 cents. I would like to point out, however, and this is still part of the financing conversation that still has to be had. As you see in the bond schedule, the first payment isn't a it is a interest payment after we have town meeting in 2026. We have another warrant article directly after this one that we're gonna be discussing, and yes, the rumors are true, I am going to speak to tabling that this year. So as far as tax impact goes, my intent on that next article was to have a discussion about how we can use unreserved fund balance toward that purpose. The thought process and the discussions to be, I still am of the mindset that we had that conversation about this payment, that we use unreserved fund balance to help offset this payment, thus minimizing that 55 cent in the first year and then so on and so forth down throughout the 10 years. So, I mean, best case scenario, probably help if I put these on so I can see it. Best case scenario, the calendar year for 2026, both payments is $126,250 payment. Realistically, that is a realistic number to reach in its entirety from the unreserved fund balance without, biting our nose off the spider face and our rainy day fund, so.
Sir?
Jim McConnell, Providence Lake Road. Yeah, I've only been here about a year or so. What I understand about bonds, reserves, obviously gonna vote on it. You guys obviously need it. I've been the first responder almost my entire life, volunteer. Can we approve the bond, accept the money, say, at the October distribution of the banking system, so that we're not paying some unnecessary interest while everybody's working out the ins and outs of how they want to spend it, where they want to spend it? Is it going to be a mutual building for a public safety building? Do we have to separate the fire department and the police department? Because I know we all didn't work well together today. And that's just the way it is. So if we could prove the money, that's great. We can stay within the budget, that's even better. And if it comes in under budget and we save it because we separate it, maybe you get a building that's got a jail cell in it just in case you can't get the county locked up, because I didn't see one in the plan. Things like that are absolutely needed. You can't have somebody break out of a drywall room and have access to the fire department. It just doesn't work. That's all I have to say on that.
As far as the jail, so that was by design. We're close enough to the Carroll County Jail that it's relatively easy for us to get there. Not to mention the standards for having a holding cell. It has to be under audio, video, and physical surveillance at all times. So that would basically marry us to that person to sit there with them until they're ready to leave, which is a huge time on resources, which we're already stretched thin on. So that portion of that was by design. As far as the bond goes, we're like you talked about, we're working within the budget. We're hopeful by the numbers that Mike's given us that we can stay within that budget and work to be within that budget, of that million, if not, and hopefully under.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, it looks to me like we are getting to the point where maybe we're ready to consider the question on this. It's a big deal. It's the biggest thing that's come down to town meeting in a long time. But I see a gentleman there who would like to speak, so please come forward.
Hi, my name is Dick Hawkins, and I live at 153. I've got a couple questions to ask. I'm the father of that young lady that came up and spoke before. My son's the fireman, my brother-in-law's the guy that got blown up. I was a fireman myself. I drove trucks, fast, out of control, probably not. But I want to say this. The pictures that we saw, and I've been up to the firehouse myself, the pictures you saw on that screen, I want to ask everybody, a lot of have a raise of hands, okay? We're all young, not of us. Our regular guys on. And I'm 80. If I went out to look for a job at a Pizza Hut, a gas station, let your imagination run wild where you get a job, okay? And you saw the picture of that bathroom, would you work there? You go into a restaurant and there's signs everywhere, wash your hands. There's no sink. How do you wash your hands? That's my one point, and yes, I was a fireman. Are interest rates gonna go up? Probably. Is materials gonna go up? Yes. So he says, let's wait till next year. The same people will go up and say the same thing. And I'm gonna say this to the people here who are all the old gray hairs, me included, okay? The people in this room who will use that facility before the people that are 30 and 40 are you gray hairs. When you pick up the phone, you need somebody. This committee has worked. I was involved in one in Plasto. We built a $5.8 million complex, and it was not easy. It took us 4 times. They have done a lot of work. When you fall down today or tomorrow, or cut your hand, have a heart attack, have any kind of attack, these horribly unprofessional guys in all these fancy uniforms are gonna come and help you. I was one of them for a long, long time. Number 2, and this will shut me up, which will be good for my family, okay? Is this. We look at the federal government and we spend money on cartoons in Afghanistan, criminals, this, that, and the other thing. When you folks today vote for this money, think about it. When you vote for this money, you should vote yes. It's not gonna go over budget. They told you. What do they have to do? Mortgage their house to make you a fire station? But here's the deal. Look at the federal government and how bad it is. If you people spend $1 million and it won't go over, they said that, take them at their word. You take them at their word when they jump in their fire truck and help put out your burning house, you take them at their word. All that $1 million is gonna go right back to your pockets in Effingham. It's not going to Bulgaria. It's not gonna be spent from somebody who's stealing your money. It's gonna go to you. Every penny will go right back in your pockets. And you older folks have to remember, there's another generation coming behind you. Another generation with kids and babies who are sick and need to be rescued from burning places and need to go when their car crashes and flips over. I've been to so many of those, okay? Give them the facility they need. If the building gets out of control and they don't have something in it, they're not gonna say, we're gonna come back and get $200,000 to do something. As far as the town records and stuff, those town records don't mean anything as far as being there. But your public facility, your safety and all that, it's a phone call away. It's a phone call away. And they respond, everyone.
Okay, I think we're at that time. I think we're ready to move forward on this. I'll just ask if there are any final comments from anybody at the front table. They did a great presentation, spirited discussion. Yeah, it's $1 million. It's life and death. So before we go to take a vote on this, I'll comment on a couple of things. One is that by state statute, because this is for a bond issue over $100,000, we are required by law to vote by ballot, secret ballot. When you came in and you went to the registration table, you got a yellow piece of paper amongst your collection. So this is going to be your ballot to vote yes or no. And basically we're going to ask you to write on it yes or no. You can do Y or N too, as long as it's legible. We want to be sure what your intention is. And we'll have a ballot box up here. We'll say, again, by statute, we have to get at least a 3/5. Are we, okay.
Mr. Moderator, if I may add the 1 hour time frame as well, okay.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay, just trying to keep me honest here. We will need 3/5 votes in favor for this to pass. Again, that's by statute. And as Selectman Stevens was about to say, also by statute, we have to leave voting open for an hour. Okay, even though I'm sure we'll all rush up here and vote right away, but by statute, we may have other people come in who are not here now, who will be able to vote on this. And again, by statute, so if we begin voting, let's round it out, 11:30, voting will be open until noon. So unless there's nothing else.
12:30.
12:30, yes, thank you very much. That's when the big hand is not. So if we're clear on the process, yellow sheet, yes, thank you, pens and pencils. And once we get started, I'm gonna open this ballot box so you can see it's empty. It is not full of already filled out ballots, okay? No conspiracies happening here, folks. And then I will lock this box, I have the key. And so that will sit there for at least until 12:30. And there also might be some of you who want to deliberate a little bit before you actually cast your ballots. So again, you have an hour to do so. So are there any questions on the voting process? Susan?
Are we gonna conduct other business while that hour is going on?
Well, that's a very good question. We are an hour past the time when I said we could have a bathroom break and a baked goods break. So what I'm going to suggest is while voting is taking place, we will essentially take a break at the same time. So we will not conduct any other business until after it appears that all people want to vote at this point have come forward. I will say arbitrarily, let's go till noon. And if we need to give people more time at that point, then we will. But let's think of coming back to resume business at noon. Well, yeah, looks like we have to vote right now. I'm also, one more thing I'm gonna ask is that we let folks here in the audience go first, and then our folks here at the front table and so on can come up afterwards and cast their ballots as well. At least the ones that are residents of town, not those guys at the end of the table. Any other questions on this? Okay, so I invite people to come up and they can start voting here. I'm going to show you the ballot boxes.
You have to speak louder, Jim.
Don't make me use the gavel.
Go ahead, bang it.
Bang.
Right into the microphone.
Hit it on the wood.
That got the attention. Okay, we're reconvening after a short break. Reminder that the voting on Article 12 continues to be open. And we will close the balloting on that at 12:30. If there's anyone who arrived here late, the balloting on Article 12 is the yellow sheet of paper that you should have received on checking in. And you simply write yes or no for that article. Again, the ballot's open until 12:30. A number of people asked me about this piece of paper. Why do I have that piece of paper? In case we have another ballot vote, we're all set up to go. I don't know that we will, but if not, you've got some nice colorful scrap paper to take home. Okay, let's move on to Article 13, road improvement. I will read the article. Passage of this article shall override the 10% limitation imposed on this appropriation due to the non-recommendation of the Budget Committee. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2.5 million gross budget for the design and construction of improvements to multiple public roads within the town, also known as the project, to authorize $2.5 million of such sum to be raised through the issuance of bonds or notes in accordance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, to authorize the Board of Selectmen to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes and to determine the date, maturities, interest rate, and other details of such bonds or notes, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to apply for, accept, and expend any federal, state, or private funds that may become available in respect of the project to reduce the amount of that must be bonded or to pay debt service on such bonds or notes. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, Budget Committee does not recommend this article. A 3/5 ballot vote is required. The description to fund the reconstruction of several town roads, the bond would total $2.5 million, and payments would be broken down through 10 years, with the first payment being made in February 2026. I'm going to refer the discussion to Selectman Siemens to comment on this bond.
Mr. Moderator, the Board of Selectmen and myself are prepared to pass over this question, not to vote on it, and not to present it at town meeting this year, and revisit this and the road projects on a whole, in depth. The reasoning behind that is obviously the additional cost, unforeseen cost, and the impact of the taxes in the school system and things like that, the non-support of the Budget Committee, and not a full, from my perspective, not a full board support. So we, as a group, have decided to pass over this question. We will not be voting on this today. It's not part of our budget.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, as a result of that recommendation, I believe the proper procedure is to put a vote to those present to accept the recommendation of Selectman Siemens to vacate this article, and this will be simply a yes or no vote. We don't need to ballot for that particular type of motion. So if someone would be willing to make and second that motion, Jim, you're gonna make the motion?
I move that we accept Selectman Siemens' recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Jim Pierre. And seconded by Paul Bartowitz over here. The motion is to accept the recommendation of Selectman Siemens to vacate this article and not consider it. I think I have Susan Slack has input.
Could we just be a little more precise with our language? And I think the motion should be to permanently table this article and get a second and then vote on whether or not to table.
Okay, thank you.
So was that a motion?
The motion, person?
We table this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and the second from Paul. Thank you, Susan, from our legal counsel. Not really. Okay. All right, so we have a motion. Is there any discussion on that particular motion? Just so you understand, it's that everyone is in agreement that we're gonna move on from this and not vote on the article. Okay, all right. Here's where you get to exercise your white paper. All in favor of tabling this? Woo-hoo. Look at that, it's like a snowstorm. Okay, and any opposed to the motion? Okay. The motion carries overwhelmingly, so Article 13 has been tabled permanently. All right, allows us to move on to Article 14 on the full-time fire chief. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,488 for salary and benefits for the current year for the position of a full-time fire chief, effective April 1st, 2025. If approved, the salary line item in the operating budget for daytime firefighters would be reduced by $48,360 to offset the salary and benefits. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this article, majority vote required. Again, the description is the fire chief is funded in the day shift coverage for 34 hours per week for $48,360. The fire chief's salary would be total $77,488 and $23,000 for retirement benefits only. Total additional 2025 tax impact after the day shift reduction would be 24 cents per thousand, or for a total of $52,128. I believe, Chris, you would like to make a motion on this?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Selectman Fuller,
Second.
and seconded by Chris. Who would like to speak to this?
I will.
Okay.
Thank you. Chuck Fuller, Snow Road. Couple facts I'd like to share with you regarding this particular warrant article. The why behind it, essentially there's four kind of key areas. One, as was pointed out earlier this morning, there's an increasing trend in call volumes year after year. The town is growing, folks. Activity is growing every year. We know and you kind of watch on a weekend what's going on with summer tourism, and you see our roads are busier all the time, creating accidents and other things which require firefighter activity. Since COVID, one of the challenges that have happened across the country and around here too is being able to get paid and volunteer firefighters, particularly people local here in Effingham. We do not have a lot of people willing to step up to the bat to become a call firefighter. Even when they are during the daytime, most of them are working out of the area anyway, so they're not available for the calls. There's a reason why there's 34 hours mentioned from a shift coverage today. It is a scheduled 34 hours a week by design, because under the town's personnel policy, as soon as we hit 35 hours, that employee must have benefits, retirement benefits in this case. So from a group to retirement standpoint, it would automatically be eligible at over 35 hours a week. JT, since he's come into the town, more importantly over the last several months, and I've noticed it in this last year since I've been in this position, he has a major technology background from his previous career work. So not only been a firefighter, but he's also managed technology in his previous career. He's actually come into the town office and helped identify many areas of our technology that could need help. Things like cybersecurity to reduce our town offices from being hacked. He's gone in and looked at our computers, our computer software, our backup systems for our requirements for maintaining records. many areas totally deficient. And he's gone in and designed fixes for these and helped implement those. He's also done the research around contracted services, and we've got a new service provider relative to the town supporting our technology, all due to his help. So he's been a de facto IT department on behalf of the town on volunteer time. So he's been doing most of this on his volunteer time outside of his regular work time. The position that's being looked at is a 40-hour-a-week position, very much like police officers are working today, with no overtime. Now, here's why this is important. From a business risk standpoint, I look at it from a money management standpoint. He's currently an hourly employee. He works his normal 34 hours a week. Usually it's daytime activity because he's covering one of the day shifts for the member pay part of what we do for member pay, for the daytime. He gets called out at night, he gets called out on weekends. He gets paid by the hour in addition to the 34 hours a week. Everybody remembers the April snowstorm last year? Over 60 hours of overtime just involved with that one event, all by the hour. In a salaried position, makes no difference whether you work the 40 hours, 50 hours, the 60 hours, the 70 hours, you do what it takes to get the job done. So what's included in the role that's being presented? Of course, it's the fire chief role, it's the fire warden role, it's the town's emergency management director role. He's also the E911 agent, which means basically any new roads that happen in town through subdivisions, mergers, whatever they might be, his responsibility to make sure the proper address is entered into the E911 system with the state of New Hampshire. He's also writing grants. He's also doing all the FEMA claim reports. So if you think about all the major storms that have come through, those require reporting. And it's not filling out a simple one page. It's usually dozens and dozens of hours, pictures, meeting with people from the state coming in, following up on that, and it takes months to put those through the system. Somebody's got to do that role. As I said, he also would be the town's computer, I call it the IT support role for the town. He would be under a 5-year work contract. He's under a 3-year contract right now that's up this year. That would put him under a new contract for 5 years. From a taxpayer standpoint, in making an investment in an individual, I'd like to see kind of a guaranteed return on that for a minimum period of time. In this case, 5 years. Normal contracting in this area is usually 3 years, sometimes 4 years, rarely 5 years. I've recommended 5. The other thing that is a future potential discussion, which I've asked the select board to take a look at in next year's budget, this position could also be the appointed health officer for the town of Effingham. By statute, the selectmen are the health officers. They can appoint and delegate, which they have today in the health officer we have. We pay a separate line item budget for a health officer and potentially a deputy health officer for the town. That's another position, got to be managed. Occasionally there's turnover, you got to be hired. But if you appoint the fire chief and give him or her that position, you basically have eliminated that additional expense and that additional hiring and oversight scenario. In the particular case we're dealing with here today, JT does not need, and his family doesn't need health insurance because he gets it through his spouse and her work job. So JT's been here just a shade over 3 years. In that period of time, he's managed to bring into the town or recoup for the town a little over $372,000. So I'm thinking about the pay we're looking at giving him, and I'm looking at what he's been bringing in on an annual basis on average. Pretty good rate of return on investment. Where's it happening? Public assistance grant, $219,000 plus. Hazard mitigation plan grant, $7,500. Gopher grant for equipment, over $55,000. A VFA forestry grant, over $2,400. Assistance to firefighters grant for hoses and nozzles that needed updating, over $60,000. Federal excess property program, inflatable boat. He managed to get a surplus-free inflatable boat to potentially be used for ice rescues if needed, and or rescues on the lakes or Ospey River in the surrounding area. When he dove into the IT stuff earlier this year, he discovered that the town had been overpaying underneath the phone contract to the tune of a little over $7,000 under the existing contract. So we managed to recoup that. At the same time, he negotiated a new contract and got us better at lower money. When he came into the system 3 years ago, he had staffing of about 6 active firefighters. Today, he's up to 14. The other thing that I've noticed in sitting on the board for the last year, he's also been strongly working with our partner agencies in the area under the Ospey Mutual Aid. And we have a stronger partnership now than we probably ever had relative to that. Very, very important. So again, from a funding standpoint, the request is a total of $100,488 in this warrant. It would be moving $48,360 that's already in the operating budget, if approved, over to the line item. So the net difference we're looking to raise here is $52,128. Thank you very much, Ms. Mutter.
Hey, thank you, Selectman Fuller. Any questions, comments?
Not there.
Mr. Callen, you'll use the microphone?
I will.
Thank you.
Well, JT, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be welcome to the team in your new appointed position here, because I don't think anybody's not gonna support you. But that said, I did have a couple questions here. I noticed in the language that, as Chuck had stated, you are taking the medical benefits here. So my concern is things do change over time, and if we could add in after where it says retirement benefits only, an option could be put in there for medical plans or medical coverage, because you just don't know, and then this warrant article wouldn't preclude you in any way from being added or being able to add yourself to the medical plans.
So the way the warrant is worded, Mike, for salary and benefits, it's not specific to retirement benefits only, so it actually covers any benefits that would be covered underneath the town for full-time employee, which would include medical.
Okay, and if it's all covered, lovely. I guess my next question would be in regards to the salary. Is this retroactive by chance? No. Okay. So I didn't think so. So my issue here is with the totals, because if the first 13 weeks at the existing pay and hours, there's a variation here that I see. And when it's applied to retirement, that's about $5,827, and wage is about $7,282. If that's accurate, I'm thinking that there's a potential to change part of those warrant articles down to reflect that. But just as we're all keeping an eye on taxes and whatnot.
I think he's talking prorated.
Do you need a minute to look at that?
I don't know where you're going with the question.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, this
The 77,000 is for it's 39 weeks, which is the way it has to be set up because of town meeting. So it's basically the run time period for the remainder of the year for that. It's based on an $80,000 a year salary.
Okay, for the.
But you're not counting the first 13 weeks plus what he's making today.
Okay, because that's what he made, so if you got it in there, then great, because that's what I was looking at, because it seems to me those numbers are reflecting an entire 12 months, but I guess I didn't follow how you put this together.
39 weeks.
Okay, very good then. The only other thing I have here is I was curious, since this is taking away from the time coverage, I noticed in the budget there was an addition of $11,903 on the daytime coverage. Am I incorrect on that, with the budget I saw?
There was an increase. I know there was an increase, I don't remember 11. So basically, the funding in the daytime coverage is 2 full-time people, and his salary this year has been coming out of that coverage area because he's acting as one of the daytime shift people.
Gotcha.
So in going to this particular salaried position, basically the amount that would be, he'd be using in that as the second person would shift over to the full-time chief salary. The remainder would be for that additional other person, plus whatever the coverage is for that person for the rest of the year.
That line would have been left a little light then.
Yep.
All right, well, thanks for the clarification. I was having trouble following it as written.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments?
Elaine Chip House Road. You mentioned health officer. It doesn't state that in this warrant. Could we add that for this year?
It's up for discussion. Whoops. Go ahead.
From a
Yeah.
From a planning standpoint, Elaine, this actually came up about 3 weeks ago. And because everything's in full motion right now, the select board can actually take a look at that, you know, not too far down the road. And they can basically make decisions on how they want to have that happen. But we have a health officer today, so decisions would have to be made about what are we gonna do with the existing health officer? What are we gonna do with the budget? All that, it's personal opinion, it's better to be part of next year's budget planning process.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, John Burnett, Drake Road. Do any of our neighboring towns that have 400 calls a year have a full-time chief? It just seems too soon, in my opinion. So, would there be a residency requirement?
To answer the question about neighboring towns, yes, several of them do. The town of Ossipee, specifically the Center Ossipee Fire District, has just created a full-time chief position last year. And this current year, they just approved a second full-time staff member. The town of Freedom has had a full-time chief for a number of years as well, and we're very similar in call volume. So yes, it is a standard around us as well. And speaking to the residency requirement, my current contract requires a travel distance time to town, so it allows where I currently live. That's not to say there won't be a future move to town, but as of right now, with the real estate market being what it is, it's been difficult to accomplish that.
Thank you.
If it arises again, I will.
You've given the salary in year one. This is Mike Cameron from Snow Road. You've stated the salary for year one. How do you project in the future for your contract of years 2 through 5?
The select board needs to enter into a new contract, Mike, because the 3-year contract's up this year. So they'll have to negotiate what they want to do relative to that contract and what they might want to put in it for raises. But I can tell you from a historical standpoint, for the last 4 or 5 years, that I was been involved with the select board, we've typically stuck with the 3% rule, that kind of the average for the entire town salary system, not per person. So, and we've lived with that with the police as well as the fire.
Also working with the budget committee.
Yeah, you'll get into that with the budget committee.
Your IT, he's
Some point in time, somebody will push me on this. Bear with me for a minute, folks.
Don't we need the IT guy?
No.
Thank you.
Joanna Bull, West Range Road. Oops, sorry.
No, you're good. I just turned you back on.
All right, thank you. Just a super quick question. If this is approved, I'm looking at the top of page 68, is the total impact to our taxes a reduction of 24 cents per thousand?
No, that would be the impact, would be 24 cents a thousand. So there's a
Reduction, it would
yeah,
be a-
the wording is a little, because of the 48,000 being moved over, the net increase would be 24 cents a thousand.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any more comments or questions?
The question.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna move the question then. Read the article again, as required. For a full-time fire chief, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,488 for salary and benefits for the current year for the position of a full-time fire chief, effective April 1st, 2025. If approved, the salary line item in the operating budget for daytime firefighters would be reduced by $48,360 to offset the salary and benefits. The Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen recommend this article. A majority vote is required. Description: the fire chief is funded in the day shift coverage for 34 hours per week for $48,360. The fire chief's salary would total $77,488 and $23,000 for retirement benefits only. Total additional 2025 tax impact after the day shift reduction would be 24 cents per thousand, for a total of 52,128. Okay, let's get out our white pieces of paper. All in favor of the article, please hold them up. Okay, that's good. Any opposed, please hold up yours. Okay, I think pretty safe to say that the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator, make a motion to restrict reconsideration of the last three articles.
Okay, Selectman has moved to restrict reconsideration of the previous three articles, which would be Article 12 through 14.
I'll second that.
And seconded by, okay, we'll give it to you, Mike Bukowski. Okay, any discussion on the move to restrict?
We don't have a vote yet on 12, so can we restrict that?
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry, thank you for that, yes. We ate too many donuts in the break.
Yep, you're right, thank you, sorry.
So would you like to modify it or withdraw it for the moment?
I will withdraw it for the moment.
Okay, we'll withdraw it, and we'll just return.
You have to withdraw your second, too.
Program.
Yes.
And I've been told by people who know how to tell time that it's 12:30. Okay, all right, well, this seems like an opportune time then for me to pull out the keys to the ballot box. And we will open the ballot box. The clerk and assistant clerk will count the ballots. We'll move on at that point to discuss Article 15. When we're done with that, we will return here to see what the results are.
Please approach the bench.
And I'm saying anyone is welcome to come up and observe the counting if they wish, or help. Okay. Oh, the excitement, huh? You can feel it. Okay, Article 15, Emergency Management / Disaster ETF. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $28,912 to be added to the Emergency Management / Disaster Expendable Trust Fund previously established. This sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance to represent the September 2024 FEMA, an acronym, FEMA funds received in the amount of $28,912.50. No amount is to be raised from taxation. The Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen recommend this article. The majority vote will be required. Description: funds were received in August, September 2024 for the April snowstorm disaster, if anybody remembers that. And Leo, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, please. You gotta move it. I move the question. Second.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
As stated per the article, we received $28,912.50 from FEMA for the April snowstorm disaster. The BOS wants to replenish this fund for the future storm disaster. Existing fund for the emergency management disaster fund is $30,434. With approval, this fund will increase to $59,346.
Any comments, questions?
Just a point of order, is this gonna impact the note-taking, minute-taking?
I'm afraid I can't hear you.
Is this gonna impact any of the minute-taking since they're counting ballots?
No.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, though.
Microphone. They've got a recording.
Okay, I'm gonna move the question here on Article 15 then. Seeing no other input on that motion.
What was that last question? Never heard it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dan Felix questioned as to whether our activities on Article 15 were impacting the counting of the ballots over here. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you for that correction. The minutes as they count the ballots. Essentially, because we have two people counting in terms of the clerk, the only critical information on the minutes at this point is who moved and seconded the motion, which we captured that information. So we're good so far. Does that sound good? Thank you. Okay, then we're calling the question on Article 15. We will read it as required. Emergency Management / Disaster ETF. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $28,912 to be added to the Emergency Management / Disaster Expendable Trust Fund previously established. This sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance to represent the September 2024 FEMA funds received in the amount of $28,912.50. No amount is to be raised from taxation. The Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen recommend this article. Majority vote is required. Description again, funds were received in the August-September 2024 for the April snowstorm disaster. Okay, all in favor of this article, please? Yes, indeed, it's a flurry of snow. And those who are opposed, okay, I think the motion carries. Check in. Okay, we're gonna move on to Article 16 while the counting continues. Okay, Article 16, Police Safety Gear ETF. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be added to the Police Safety / Protective Gear Expendable Trust Fund? This sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance. No amount is to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation. Majority vote required. Who would like to move this?
So moved.
Moved by Selectman Stevens.
Second.
And second by Leo. Is that who I heard? Okay. Who would like to speak to this?
I will, Mr. Moderator.
Okay.
We have several articles that are coming up that you'll see are ETFs, expendable trust funds, or capital reserve funds. These are, we will answer any questions, obviously, but these are kind of boilerplate things. We put money aside every single year to help maintain and beef up these accounts as things get more and more expensive. This particular one would be for their ballistic, their their vests, the bulletproof vests, and that sort of thing, so pretty straightforward.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Sir?
Yeah, Spencer, can you tell me how funds end up in the unassigned funds? Because we vote every year on a certain budget, but now we have unassigned money. How's that happen?
Let me answer that. So my short version of it, and anybody can add to this, is that's our savings account. That's any money that's over and above what we've spent to what we've taken in. That's after all of our expenses, any of the revenue that the town gets through taxation goes to the unreserved fund balance. And the short of it. So we have budgeted a lot amount, so our budget is proposed at just shy of 2.3. So if we propose this today and we pass the 2.3, and after our school payments are due and for simple math, if that all allots to $5 million and we take in 5.5, we have $500,000 that goes towards unreserved fund balance for the short of it. Does that make sense, Mr. Spencer?
It does, so no other money can get moved over?
No, it's unspent money goes to that.
So you take your best guess at the budget amount, and anything not spent goes into the other side?
Yeah. And while we're on that topic, I feel, and these gentlemen can as well, we tried to present a budget, and we're not putting a whole lot of fluff in that. To that point, we did not spend $43,000 in change this year of the $2.2 million that we allotted last year. I consider that fiscally responsible, that we're not telling you that we need $200,000 when we only really need $100,000, and we put $100,000 in unreserved fund balance, so.
I get it.
Okay, Mr. Cameron?
I thought this was boilerplate.
So, I don't think your explanation was 100% on, not that it's easy to explain, Chris. But just for people's own personal ability to see the financial end of the year, what the town really has. Anybody with the town report, you could go to page 111, and that's the MS 535, and that's your balance sheet. And in your balance sheet, the top portion says current assets subtotals, and it shows $3,213,000. Under that, it has current liabilities. I'm on the right-hand column where it says ending balance. So this will be the end of 2023. You take that number, my experience is you take that number for current liabilities away from the top number. Away from the cash at the very top number of the page. That'll leave you $590,000 cash. As you pay your liabilities in cash, cash is the very top line, it's category 1010. And you come away with $590,310. The bottom category is made up of everything else besides that top number that's in the top grouping. Some of that is tax liens, which tax receivables.
Mike, are you addressing the concept of unassigned fund balances, or?
No, I'm just addressing how much money we have, because when you say unassigned fund balance at the bottom, we don't really have $1.5 million cash. So if we're saying unassigned, that's not it.
I'd like to stay close to the subject of the article, and, that article is not how we arrive at unassigned funds.
Good enough. I'll say this.
All right, thank you, now. Thank you for the clarifications.
Well, it's not clear yet.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, looks like we're ready to vote, okay? All right, Article 16, police safety gear. And all right, one here, yes, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be added to the Police Safety Protective Gear Expendable Trust Fund. The sum is come from the unassigned fund balance. No amount is to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation. Majority vote required. Look at that. Okay. Wow, I felt the breeze on that one. Okay, any opposed to it? Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Okay. We check in with our counters. Oh, looks like they're getting close. All right, Article 17, Police Cruiser and Equipment CRF. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be added to the Police Cruiser and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund? This sum is to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation. Majority vote required.
So moved.
Moved by Selectman Stevens.
Second.
Second by Fuller. And who would like to address this?
I'll address this again, or I'll attempt to. I try not to over-explain things. That's what I was attempting to do earlier. I apologize if I wasn't clear. As you can imagine, a police cruiser costs in the area of $50,000 plus at this point in time. We try to strive for leftovers from the year prior. Our police chief has done an excellent job with that in the purchase of our last car, cruiser, and the equipment that goes inside of it. So again, what I would consider boilerplate, putting money towards into a savings account for the future purchase of a new police cruiser. We do this and we have a rotation and a replacement plan of our cruisers. We try to shoot for every 5 years, 5 to 10. What is it?
The cruisers are on a 6.
Six, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any comment, question? Mr. Morris?
Can you remind the ignorance in us, what is a special warrant article, please?
Oh. I'm not sure the exact definition, but it comes from the selectmen, yes? I'm gonna have to defer to my predecessor.
The budget law, RSA 32, defines special warrant articles. And basically, they're different kinds, but it means that the money in that article can't be transferred to some other purpose.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad you're here. Can I get you a beverage? Okay, Carol?
Carol Pfister, trustee of the trust funds. We have just over $10,000 in that fund right now, so we purchased something last year. We really need to start building it up before something happens again, and we won't have that money.
Okay, thank you. Mike, if you would, and do state your name.
Mike Cameron again, thanks for raising this microphone. Really appreciate it. How much was put into this trust fund for this purpose last year? Is this any increase in taxes from last year?
15,000.
Take it. Can we take it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what somebody said back there.
No, 15,000.
Oh, 15,000, okay.
It's the same. Can we answer your question, Mike?
Yeah. We did. Mike, nice to meet you.
I think.
Sorry for the little diversion from my friend over here. It's Ace's owner, whoever might know Ace. He's watching the parking lot as we speak. Okay. George.
George Bull from West Ridge Road. I just have maybe it's a dumb question, but does this fund have interest? Does it earn interest?
Very little.
Very little. Is there any way the town has any flexibility to put it into something that does earn interest, or is that just not within our budget?
That would be the, am I on?
Sorry.
That would be the trustee of the trust funds.
Okay, all right, I was just curious.
Paul, are you going to speak?
What was the question?
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought Mr. Bartowitz was going to speak. No. I was giving him time. Okay, any other questions, comments, otherwise we'll call it? So Article 17, police cruiser and equipment CRF, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be added to the police cruiser and equipment capital reserve fund. The sum is to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation. Majority vote required. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, motion Article 17 rather carries. Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn to Article 12, our vote on the bond for public safety building, and I have the results of the count. All the ballots here, which we received 136 ballots. The 3/5 requirement for passage would have been 81. We received 72 yeses and 64 noes, so Article 12, the motion fails.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, sir.
may I make a motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 12 through 17?
Okay, we have a second. Okay, I think, Mike, you were in on this before, so we'll resurrect it, okay. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of restricting reconsideration Article 12 through 17? Any opposed? Okay, so those are Article 12 through Article 17 are restricted for reconsideration. Article 18, municipal building ETF, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the municipal building expendable trust fund. This sum is to be raised from taxation. This is also a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation. Majority vote required. Who would like to move it?
So moved. Second.
Okay, by Fuller and seconded by Siemens. Who would like to speak to this?
Chuck.
Mr. Chuck, and thank you for your patience.
This is an annual event we have around this particular expendable trust fund. 10,000 goes into it, and it is actually already part of our tax base, so it doesn't increase your taxes. It's just part of the existing taxes. There's currently a balance in that fund of approximately $83,000. And if you remember the discussion we had earlier around the firehouse building and what we might have to do with bathrooms and other things to get them a little better shape in the existing fire building, if they were to do any work this year, this is the fund that would help fund that work.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments?
Karen Payne, Drake Road. I think this is one of two opportunities to get money available to work towards supporting that police and fire safety building for next year. It'll, I believe, involve some architectural fees this year. And there's definitely work that needs to be done in the fire hall this year to take care of these guys. I don't know that $10,000 will do that. I think the other opportunity might be within your budget lines, but where's the best place to get going so that we can keep momentum on what we've started here to support these guys? And do our town a favor of getting us.
So Karen, does the definition of this fund allow for planning / architectural?
If it's going towards a municipal building, it's part of the project, it would.
Thank you.
I guess. So, I'm sorry. I can't speak for the trustees, though I believe we've had a similar discussion in the past. But I hear a little grumbling, so if there would be a lot of people showing up at that trustee meeting to argue with us that we couldn't release that money for architecture, we should maybe, I don't know.
Mr. Moderator?
Yep.
She's speaking as chair of the trustees. The original purpose, as stated in, we can only vote money to be spent out of the trust according to what the purpose is, repairing and maintaining all municipal buildings and parking lots. So we can vote to change purpose and whatever, but that is your existing purpose.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna call on Selectman Stevens.
We also have in our operating budget, we also have a line for professional services, outside professional agencies and services that's part of our operating budget that we could take from for that type of activity. But to Mr. Fuller's point, the work that needs to be done to the fire station, now that we know that Article 12 has failed, will be coming from this particular article.
With all that in consideration, I'd like to make a motion to increase that amount to $35,000.
We can't. That's a special warrant article.
Okay, I will withdraw that motion.
Okay, for those who did not hear the conversation, Selectman Stevens says we cannot increase it because it's a special warrant article.
Mr. Moderator, and maybe the past moderator can help me with this question, but the special warrant article, doesn't that just restrict it for use? You can actually make an amendment to the amount. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes, and I will defer to the opinion of the previous moderator. Well, you're gonna have to get a check after this. Sorry.
Now that the previous article has failed to do the complete project, I'm wondering if 35,000 is a sufficient amount to accomplish what needs to be accomplished this year in preparation for next year. As far as architectural or whatever else needs to happen.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we do have 80 and over $80,000 in there currently. So obviously it'd be open to any number and motion that folks want to make, but just so you know, this would be added to the approximately $80,000 we currently have in there. Just for clarification.
Yes.
My understanding is that we can't use this ETF fund for architect or anything like that.
No.
And I would argue that if I could, that in order to repair or maintain something, you need actual plans to make that happen. It's not about just buying nails and hammers or plywood. It's about the actual process of repairing and maintaining something, no matter what that is. If you had to redo the septic, you would certainly have someone come in and give you the design and it would come into that fund.
So my understanding is that, are you requesting plans for the new building?
No.
Or just?
I'm suggesting that they could be paid out of this fund.
Just ask a theoretical question here. Are you suggesting that we amend the article to a different amount?
I believe Mr. Felix tried that and then he withdrew, so I'd be willing to do that if I had an answer to how much we would actually need this year.
I have to say myself, I don't have the background to be able to say whether that's allowed or not, though we seem to have an opinion that it would be.
I did.
Oops, sorry.
If I could,
Mr. Moderator, just to follow up. I would leave it to the selectmen to decide the best way to handle this, whether it's through the special warrant article or making an amendment to the operating budget. Either one of which I'd support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the front table?
Yeah, I want to see if I can make people laugh. So that number is $1 million. Did it work? No? Oh, I tried. We gotta be lighthearted here, right? We're all neighbors, so thank you.
And, all right,
Because the bond failed, get it?
do we have any other discussion on Articles 18?
Just wondering what happened to Mr. Felix's motion. Now, I believe we said that we can't change the special purpose, but we can change the line.
The amount.
I don't recall if it, did you actually make a motion or just a question?
I did, and then I was told we couldn't. So can we or can we not?
I think you can raise and lower the amount. You cannot change the purpose.
I agree that generally that is correct, but there was some question as to whether it being a special warrant article limited it in some manner.
I don't think there's not an answer.
Before you make that motion, Dan, because of the way Carol read that particular definition and purpose, it's correct. From an interpretation standpoint, it might not work. If you're serious about the number, I would add the number to the professional services line in the operating budget in the selectman's office, because that's where that type of fee easily fits the definition. And you can make
So my thought, and here's my discussion with you, is if we are going to perform that work that needs to be done at the current Station 2, the 10,000 is gonna get blown through real quick. I understand we have more money in that fund, but that's for all town buildings, correct? So if we add some additional money into that, some of that extra work could get done, such as ventilation. That building takes forever to dry out this time of year or after a rain when we come back. There is zero ventilation in that building. It's not just the bathrooms. There's a lot more that needs to get done there.
And what I'm saying is, with this 10,000, you have $93,000 available in a pot.
So what happens when the roof on the modular needs to get replaced? Because we all know what kind of condition that's in. What happens when the roof on the town municipal building starts leaking?
You're always having hypothetical emergencies. If you deal with it when it comes up, you can do special town meetings for something like that if it's that important.
Okay. So you're suggesting the professional services line would be a better option?
Contracted services.
Contract.
It's clean to make sure it's clear and clean to everybody. And it removes potential ambiguity in the definition that Carol read to us. Because I can see people basically saying architecture stuff doesn't.
He's not talking about architecture.
I have no intentions of this going towards any kind of architectural services.
Okay. Oh, you straight building?
Just straight building repairs and renovations.
My error, I'm sorry. I thought I
That's it.
understood where you were headed.
If somebody else wants to make a recommendation or a motion to increase that particular line for architectural services for future projects, then feel free when we get there. I would like to make a motion to increase the dollar amount on this article to $35,000 for the potential stated purpose of renovations inside the current fire station.
Second.
Somebody back there seconded, I don't know who was, okay, it was Melissa. Okay, so we have an amendment motion on the floor to increase it to $35,000 or an additional $35,000?
$235.
To $35,000, okay, on Article 16. That's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? I'm sorry, you take it. My glasses off, I can see it. Yes, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, Chris Cantor, Woodland Way. Just a question, if we up it by that much, how much is actually in the unreserved funds? Are we now exhausted what's in there? Is it saying this article is gonna come from no increase in taxation?
No.
Okay.
This is to be raised from taxation.
This is just taxes, right?
Yeah, clarify, if you read the article, these funds are raised through taxation. So, next. Yes, sir.
Tucker Wentworth, Moody Road, I was just wondering a good estimation and pricing to fix what is wrong with the current emergency services buildings we have now.
$1 million.
Anyone wish to speak to that? And remember, right now we're discussing the amendment, but I'll allow this since it's related.
Let me answer.
Yes.
So the question was, you're requesting,
Like, the dollar amount to fix
the fire station,
and
improve the,
station and the modular.
wow. So basically, we would have to go up for RFPs and everything else, request for quotes.
I can speak.
We have to get all the details from the fire station as far as with the chief and everybody to understand what is needed, bathrooms, the whole works. Go out for the quotes. So I can't give you a number.
Okay.
But I think it'll be less than 100,000.
I'm not gonna hold them to that.
I don't know.
We don't know yet.
And a modular, my opinion, I don't wanna put any money into it. Okay. Got one more. I'm down to a high number, but.
This is more of a comment. I think this all speaks to the fact that we need to get a better plan. And we have to have a better idea of what these things are gonna cost. Because I think we're getting to the point where we're now just kind of throwing arbitrary numbers out. And I really hope that next year we have maybe like Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. This is what happens if it doesn't pass. This is what we would have to invest. So as a taxpayer, I see a lot of the needs we have, but I'm also kind of frustrated that we're just throwing numbers out at this point. We're not really working with any educated estimates or calculated, I guess is the word. So that's just a comment as a taxpayer.
George, we did have good estimates from Mike concerning the proposal for the new fire station. Concerning the work inside the existing fire station, I agree.
Yeah.
And let me finish.
Yeah.
But this project started about 3 months ago. So the input, we didn't think it all the way through, my personal. So next year, we'll have details.
So I'm on board. I'm not complaining like you guys, no one's doing anything about it, and I didn't show up to any meetings, right? So I'm not trying to accuse people. I'm just saying it's a little frustrating if we start talking about numbers where nobody really knows what that number's gonna get us at this point.
But
Not about the town, but more about this $35,000. Like, I think the $10,000 is not gonna cover it. But is 35, is 25, is it gonna be 50?
But we have 80,000+ into that fund right now, with the additional 10 or 35.
Okay.
It should take care of a couple bathrooms, it should do some of the work.
All right, yeah, more just a comment.
Hey, Susan.
Susan Klein, this is exactly why we need to keep up to date on a capital improvements plan. Because all of these things can get discussed and put forth in what year you're gonna do what. You adjust it every year, and you've got a plan for the future.
Are there any other comments or questions forthcoming? Okay, we're gonna call the vote on this. Now, remember, right now, we're just voting on the motion to amend the quantity from 10,000 to 35,000. Okay, so all in favor of the motion to amend it to 35? Okay, those opposed? That's pretty close. All right, we're gonna go back. Let's do the ayes, and we'll count.
Want Andrea to help?
I get 46. Those opposed? Twenty-four. The motion carries. Okay, now, we're gonna come back to the original Article 18 with the amount changed. I will read it. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $35,000 to be added to the municipal building expendable trust fund? This sum to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation. Jury vote required. Do we have more discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. Those in favor of Article 18? Shall we see that raised? Okay, excellent. Those opposed? The article carries. Okay, Article 19, the operating budget. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the Budget Committee's recommended amount of $2,296,597 for the general municipal operations? The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation. Who would like to move this?
I will.
Okay, Leo moves it.
Second.
Second by Selectman Fuller. Now, I'm going to state some procedural intentions here, so that we may process this in as efficient a manner as possible, because there's a lot of line items here. This budget listing begins on page 75 of your report. My intention is to call on each section and then query as to whether any line items in there wish to be addressed. Prior to doing that, I'll ask if any of the selectmen wish to make any comments at this time. Okay, I don't hear any. But they just be finding their page. Okay, let's start with general government, which is account numbers 4130 through 4199.
We just moved past that.
I want to be sure I'm on the right page. I believe I'm on the second from the right.
Yeah, contract services. We already go past that.
And for that section, it's 782,740.
Oh, no, you want to do a separate number?
Okay, what's that?
I have a question, and then I think I'd like to make a motion. In 4130 executive, there's the contracted services line, and right now there's budgeted $10,000 for that line. I think this is where we put the extra for the design work at the public safety building, but I need some clarification or an estimate on what that might be before I can make a motion on that amount.
Okay, can somebody give me some guidance in terms of whether her assumption is true?
There's gotta be somebody that does that this way, somebody. It's in the executive 4130 contracted services. Excuse me.
Did you guys?
All right, I'll take a stab. For an addition of a laundry facility on the Mountain View Nursing Home in the county, we're asking for $72,000 for architect and engineer designs. Yeah. You want to scale it back a little bit?
I'm afraid I'm a little confused on this, because I'm looking at line account number 4130 as executive.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm using this.
okay, maybe you have subcategories below that.
Yeah,
Okay, I don't have that information myself.
You want to give it?
Yeah, this is the breakdown of the operating budget. No, it's on the table. Carol's passing it out.
What's money in contracted services? If you go throw a number, throw.
Can I,
Yes, please.
Melissa?
so you're looking at putting additional money into the contracting services, correct?
Contracted services under the 4130 executive, yes,
And
correct.
how much are you looking for?
25,000 extra, so it would amend that to 35,000.
Can I ask a question to Mike?
Yes, please do.
Mike, what would it cost for that type of service?
It's gonna be.
No, just throw a number up there.
As he said, we have to start somewhere when I asked, so I'm gonna start somewhere. 25,000 additional,
50.
please? Okay. It needs a second.
Thanks so much. You guys,
Under 50.
hell, I mean, we had those plans drawn for $3,000. I threw another $6,000 in general conditions, figuring an engineer's gonna have to review that, engineer's gonna review that for about $3,000. Put some hold down devices in and maybe a shear wall. Not knowing where we're going, it's hard to say, but if we're gonna put something in there, I mean, Freedom just voted in $95,000 for architectural and engineering services. We were trying to do this building on the cheaper side. We don't need, we need an engineer, we don't need an architectural stamp. But for some review and some engineering, we gotta start with something. Chuck, I know you've been at 50 grand.
50, 50 easily.
Scares the crap out of me, but I would start with 25. If we don't spend it, we don't spend it. Because it's, the budget committee guy that I am, didn't like to do that. But I think you gotta start with something. And this is gonna happen, pretty much sure of it, for next year, if there's enough support. But we may need a little more engineering services than what we anticipated for what we currently had proposed at the fire station, the building that we voted on earlier. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so do you, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
No, Chris.
That's okay, Mr. Moderator. So you said at 25 in addition to, or 15 with the 10 that's here? Because Melissa's motion, I believe, was 25.
So, no, 25 is good. I'm not adding anything, and we're talking professional contracted services, nothing to do with the previous vote that we had.
Correct.
Nope,
This
yep,
is strictly contracted services, which is professional services.
yep. So we are proposing putting 10 in there now. Are you saying proposing it to be 25 total?
I would say 25 total.
Not add 25,
no.
not add 25 to the 10 that's here and
No,
35.
no.
So Melissa's proposal, her motion was to make the contract services $25,000?
I don't know what you use it for now. What is the 10 for? Do you use it for auditing? What do you need? You need that also, right? The 10 that's already in there for something.
Anything.
You can.
She's adding 25,000.
I think the town administrator could probably answer that question.
That's what I was going for. So, when I first got here, there was the contracted services, which usually was previously used for Christopher P. Williams Architecture for the old historic town hall. Since then, we've had the money in there, and it has not been utilized. Last year, it was utilized as we're going to be implementing a finance software system. We're gonna be going to G-Works instead of using QuickBooks like we've had. But if you look at the printout that Carol handed out, we have a separate line item for finance software. So that contracted services at 10,000, nothing at this moment is there. It's just placed there as a placeholder.
Okay, so I make a motion to raise that line, raise the bottom line of the operating budget by $15,000 so that $25,000 can be in this line.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Can we have discussion basically on that motion? And again, this motion is only to change that figure so that the net result would be for contracted services would be 25,000 instead of 10, which would be a net increase of $15,000 to our budget. Any questions or discussions on that? Okay. All right, hearing none, we will vote on the motion to, wait, what? Well, I was asking whether you had any questions or comments, and nobody made any motion to affirm it, so go right ahead. Okay, well, I was looking right at you. Go ahead.
I believe that many of us would like to see this project addressed next year as a master plan that includes municipal offices, fire, police. It needs to look at what we have as a current town hall. It needs to look at what we could potentially be doing on that property. It needs to look at the building we have currently as a station, what we could potentially do with that building, an additional building for police, fire. Does, Mike, that 25,000, were you thinking of this whole big project when you said that engineering and architectural could land there for this whole big picture? Because between now and next town meeting, that's, if we want to help these guys out, that's the commitment that we're making, is to look at this whole picture and get something that as a town we can be behind.
Okay, Chris.
Also, you'll see in the operating budget, and this year is proposed through the planning board is work and diligence to ask for money for contract services outside of this to work on the master plan, excuse me, not the master plan, the capital improvement plan that'll address some of the things that you just mentioned this year and to get assistance for that. That is correct, Mr. Chairman of the planning board, correct?
So my question is just an informational question, I think, to clarify something. So since it's off the table for the building this year, when you go to do it next year, instead of using who you used before, is that gonna go out to bid so then you can go to a company that perhaps wouldn't charge you to design, build, and work with you to build a building without a fee? There's plenty of building companies in the area that do that, so I'd hope that it would go out to everybody to have the opportunity to bid on the work.
Everything will be in discussion as we move forward, so.
I mean, normally you send it out to 3 different companies for a bid, so I'd hope that maybe a person, I live in Effingham too, I'd like my company to be able to participate in the project. And I have other companies that I'm associated with too, that I think it should go out to bid, it shouldn't just be one person that needs to put it.
And it would be, and this would have been too, this hadn't gotten to that stage yet, the bidding
Well, we
stage, so.
spent money on design build, so other companies don't do that, so it was kind of a waste of our taxpayer dollars.
Lisa,
Yeah,
I'm gonna put you on a committee next year.
that's fine.
I just have a clarifying question. If we add 15,000 to this line item, there aren't any conditions to be restrictive to only allow it to be used for that kind of an architectural. So if something else should come up that needed contracted services, that money could be used for that, correct?
It could be, yes.
Just looking,
Say their name and address.
I don't know if you heard that, but there's a request to clearly state your name when you come up because they're trying to capture it for the minutes. Thank you.
Mike Allen, I guess I'm looking for a little clarification here, Caitlin. You said we've got new software company came in and we worked with them. So I'm seeing a budget overage for computers. Is that related to that? And I'm seeing contracted services at over $17,000, so I was just kind of curious what those costs are.
Point of order, don't we have a motion on the floor?
We do have a motion, and Mike, do you have a rationale for how this connects to the motion on the floor?
Well, it's just for the contracted services, I'm just trying to determine if we've let them, if $17,000 went out last year and the budget at 10, and this can be used for pretty much anything, I'm just wondering if you're gonna have a reoccurring cost that's gonna cut into the 25. I thought it was related.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarification, and does anybody want to comment on that? Okay. Yes, please do.
So, Mike, that was, according to what I was talking to with Melissa, last year we did sign a contract for G-Works. We had the implementation fee with the first year. We did not have that second line item created at that time, so it did come out of the contracted services, which is why it was over, because it was paying that implementation fee along with that annual fee.
Gotcha.
But now all we'll have is an annual, and we have that separate line item.
Right, there you go, that's all you need. Thank you.
Yeah, we had that in our budget committee, we discussed all that, and that.
Well, I'll be there this year.
Okay, so we're returning again, repeat that the motion on the floor is to add $15,000 to account number 4130, specifically targeted for contracted services next year, which would then move the total budgeted from 10,000 to 25,000. Do we have any more discussion on that? Okay, hearing none, then I will call the question on the motion to amend for line item 4130, account number from 10,000, I'm sorry, for the contracted services portion of that, from 10,000 to 25,000, which would be a net increase of 15,000 for account number 4130. All in favor? Okay. All opposed? Oh, that's very close. I'm sorry, can we go back to all in favor? Okay, thank you, and all opposed? Looks like 29 to 24, the motion carries. Okay, so what we have done is we have increased under general government, we have added 15,000 to that line. Discussion on any other lines under general government, account numbers 413 to 4199.
Mr. Marley.
Sir.
So, looks like our taxes are going up. And I don't see a line here, it's probably somewhere a little further, but selectmen duties of the past have encompassed a health officer. So we now pay a health officer. And I'm seeing the road agent in the contract, in the budget, I'm sorry, for $20,000. That person has a town vehicle, so I assume there's other expenses with that. So I'm figuring there's at least $23,600 for duties that used to be carried out by the select. Years ago, we had this conversation, and the reason we paid $6,000 and most towns pay lower is because the other towns had people to do these functions. So I'd like to make a motion to reduce the selectmen's pay the from $6,000, or the line item, I'm sorry, to reduce it by $9,000. Because I think we're paying other people to do those things, and I don't think any of us are going to serve as selectmen did it to get for the money. So that's my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion, and just so I'm clear, this is also still under 4130. It's salary selected currently 18,000, Is this the line we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, you want to reduce it by 50% to 9,000.
Correct.
That is your motion, and is there a second? Okay, I hear, okay, I'm thinking that was a sneeze, but.
Yes, it was.
Okay, it was a sneeze, okay, you bought it, sold to the women, no, all right, I hear no second,
Second.
okay, can you identify yourself? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can anybody hear?
Frank Bono.
Oh, okay, Frank Bono, okay, thank you, I'm far away. So second, okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second to reduce the selectman's salary from 80,000 to 9,000 collectively. Any discussions on the motion? Questions? Okay, Mr. Felix.
Dan Felix, Henry Drive, not necessarily respective to the selectmen salaries, but the road agent that was mentioned has actually saved this town a significant amount of money. Anytime we have trees come down on the roadway, he gets the call, he'll come out and cut up the tree, whereas prior to his hiring, our road contractor got called, they would send 2 guys to pick up and a saw and charge appropriately for all 4 items. So the argument that the selectman's salary needs to be reduced because we now have a road agent is actually kind of nil, because the road agent, yes, he's costing us some salary money, but he's ultimately saving us a lot of money at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make one more comment too.
Okay, Leo.
Concerning the health officer, I think in the past, somebody was getting paid, health officer's pay
And deputy.
and deputy. It wasn't being done by the selectmen. So I just want to make that as a point that the person that made this motion was getting paid.
Yes, I did the job when I was on the select board as the health officer. And then people didn't want it, Mr. Espy, Mr. Fuller didn't want it, they asked me to stay on for that. And I did. I didn't propose in cutting their budgets at that time, but without a tax rate going this high, and with, I know who our road agent is. He's the most conscientious person that's ever been on our roads. I've worked with him for a long time. I don't begrudge him or the position. I'm just saying it's taking a lot of the duties and time away, going out riding the roads, which is something we used to do, away from you guys. And that's all I was looking for is, you know, those duties are being paid by from others. So with that, I would just ask you guys if you would voluntarily reduce your pay down to $9,000, because I think it's the right thing. If I was still on the board, that's what I would be doing. That's my point.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Could I respond? I need to respond.
All
the time. I need to respond.
Okay, I want to be sure that we have a civil conversation here, let's not be political, thank you.
There's no support for us, it's fine.
I'm just trying to come up with my words to respond back. Concerning the health officer back then, like, I think I remember clearly that you requested a pay raise of up to $7,000 plus, which your deputy when the budget committee disapproved that.
I was resigning. That's it for me. Come on, we don't have,
So,
we can do it.
Okay, I think that we're not having a productive discussion on this.
I just consider that the number of hours I put in as selectman.
Move the question.
I think we need to vote on the motion. The motion as go forward was to reduce the salary for the selectmen.
The other
Yes, there was the gentleman against the wall. Okay, yeah. The motion was to reduce that line item from 18,000 to 9,000, and that is under account number 4130 as well. So all in favor of the motion, please signify. Okay, those against? Okay, the motion fails. All right, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, in this section, again, general government, account numbers 4130 through 4199. Any comments, questions, suggestions of any of the others? Mr. Morris.
Jim Morris, I looked through the whole, I'm trying to find where we fund the annual audit. Can somebody tell me where that is, how much that is?
On page 2 of this document. Number 4150.
By an auditor. It's under financial administration,
So I'm in the
4150.
wrong section for this conversation, is that correct?
No, this is within the scope.
And I wasn't trained in accounting, so when I read the audit, I have no idea what I'm reading, all the details. So when somebody says, oh, it's a good audit, I don't know what that means. So I'm looking for assistance on how do I really read that? Have the auditors really said, you guys are doing a great job? Or are they offering help? Who is trained and hired to do that?
Okay. I don't know if we want to get comments up here first. I see that we have some. Did you want to speak to it, Chris? Okay.
So the audit report, it is, excuse me, sorry about that. It is a public document, and we do have them, and through the changes and stuff, they're not all on the website. They're available, the final page of the auditor's reports over the last 3 years. I'll have a description based on their professional services, and it, layman terms, gives the status of the town in layman terms. Does that make sense? So I can't answer your question if you haven't read it, so I don't know.
You have a comment or question to this?
Just a brief question. Chris Canco, Woodland Way. Just on the insurance line, 4196, pretty substantial jump from 103,000 to 149. Have we just been like under accruing and our costs have gone up and our budget didn't reflect, or their insurance costs literally go up 30-something%?
So to answer your question, the reason for that jump is there's 3 different plans. You have your single, you have a 2-person, you have a family. So, there was a jump due to the fact there were changes made into an insurance plan that was not expected at the time of the budget last year.
I guess it was substantial. It's the only one that really jumped up a very large amount.
That is why, the way it was budgeted was what it was at that time, and then there were the changes that were made in the year.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay, any other questions or comments, Joanne?
I'm trying to find reference to road agent on our town website. I didn't realize that was an individual, like who is this road agent and how do we find out how to contact them if a tree falls down? I didn't know that was a service that the road agent provided.
Chris, did you want to comment?
Yeah, sure, I'll start it. It does come further in the budget where we could get into that whole conversation if you wanted to wait till then, or underneath highways and streets, we can have that conversation, and because it is a new thing, we have to tell the public about it even more every opportunity we have, or we can discuss it then or now.
I'll defer to whenever you think it's appropriate.
Okay.
It's good to be interested. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to amend the budget.
Okay, Leo?
4155, personal administration, I'd like to amend that sum by increasing it by $7,000. This is for retirement benefits. What the select board is proposing is, with our new town clerk, we want to go to a full-time position with her, 35 hours. and also provide her benefits, retirement, and insurance, which will also be affecting 4196, and I'll get to that also. I think we have to vote on two separate portions.
Okay, so just to clarify, see if I've got it correct. 4155, you would want to increase it, currently listed as 103,264. You would increase it to 110,000.
Correct.
Okay, for an increase of $7,000.
Second.
Okay, so that was moved by Leo and seconded by Chris. Do you have any additional discussion or anything on that?
Yeah, and in this position, over the last 20 years, whatever, this position is one of the most important positions within the town. It takes in all the money.
Could you bring the microphone a little closer to you?
Sorry. It takes in all the money to the town and process it through and everything else. So, with the, Angela, with the way her profession and as far as courtesy to the taxpayers, et cetera, we, as a board, we definitely want to keep her as town clerk. So that's kind of.
Okay, very good. Questions, comments from the group?
Oh, I'll just make one more mention too, concerning salary, 35 hours. We increased her hours to go to the full-time position, 35, but we also reduced the hours, or the deputy town clerk, to off balance on that one.
Okay. All right, well, based on the lines we see at the clerk's office, I think they should be working weekends too. I'm just kidding, don't worry. Who says they don't? Okay, all right. Questions, comments on the rationale for increasing that? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a vote on that, and the repeat for line item 4155. We would add $7,000 increase, which would increase the final total to $110,264 for that line. It increases $7,000 overall. All in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. That line item will increase by $7,000.
Second request.
Second request, okay.
4196, insurance. We also want to provide insurance to Andrea, in the amount of $28,534.
Second.
Okay. That was moved by Leo, seconded by Chris. Let me sure I heard you correctly, $28,538.
$34.
Oh, $34, okay, glad I asked. All right. Any other comments on that? I mean, it's insurance. $28,534.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions from the group? Okay, I don't see any, so I will call the question for line item 4196 for the purposes of adding insurance, $28,534 additional. I don't have a calculator here, so I'm not sure what that.
178,276.
Did you say 178,276?
Got it.
Would be the total. Okay, so that's the motion. All in favor? Great. Okay, any opposed? The ayes have it, and that line item will be increased accordingly. Okay. Any other in this group? Okay, not seeing any person with a calculator handy. Can you tell what the net result is? Originally proposed was a total of $782,748 for general government, what will our new total be?
Are we doing the entire operating budget, Jim, or are we gonna have, move forward with any other questions?
So we're gonna keep going, but
Okay.
I'm just looking at a subtotal for this section. Yep.
Oh, 30,000.
All right,
I'm sorry, do you have the number?
I do.
Yes.
So it looks like $833,282.
Okay.
I'm hoping someone else did it.
Right, so now the subtotal for the general government section will now change from 782, 748. The new number is 833, 282. So moving on to the public safety section, which account number is 4210 through 4299. Have we any comments or questions on any of those line items? Okay, I guess I'm gonna say nobody does. Move on to the next one, which should be pretty easy. Airport Aviation Center, a lot of activity there, a whole lot of nothing. Surprised me, nobody, oh, Paul Bartowitz. I'm sorry, I turned my thought. Go ahead.
Paul Bartowitz, Green Mountain Road. Weren't we supposed to reduce the,
This one, right?
day shift coverage in the, by, what was it, 40?
48,360.
It would be reduced to 142,543. So I make a motion that we reduce the daytime shift coverage to $142,543. Good catch. Do we have a second on that? Gentleman back here, state your name. I can't hear you.
Chris Kanka, K-A-N-C-A.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Is this accurate from our previous activities?
Also state that it's going to the
Have the
fire
number in front of me?
No.
Okay, because the warrant.
Sorry, Scott?
Yeah, Scott Hilton. I say that's going on. If I'm not mistaken, that reduction was only if the chief warrant article passed.
Part of it's,
It did.
Oh, okay.
Said in the warrant article, you moved it out.
I think it did.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
you have to put a salary, where's the chief? There's nothing here.
Okay,
I apologize.
This whole time.
I can't hear you.
No, we're not. No, we do not want to do that. You're moving it internally.
Right. Jim?
It's a line under 4220.
Okay. Somebody,
That 48 is an internal transfer. If we deduct it from this budget, we just slash the salaries.
okay, so it evens out, we don't have to change
We
this.
do not. So it's an internal on the books, moving it from the member pay line over to the chief line.
Okay, thank you, all right. So there's no necessity to make that adjustment. It's baked into the previous motion. Erica. Okay,
Yeah, we just got this.
all right,
Otherwise, we can shot ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
thank you for.
You still have to vote on that, Jim.
Since the motion was second, don't we have to vote on it?
Yes.
Did we get a second on that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You want to withdraw your motion then? Okay, your motion is withdrawn. Thank you. Okay, we will, the next section will be highways and streets. That's 4311 through 4319. Do you have any comment, questions on any of those line items? Total $610,270. Okay, going once, going twice.
Mr. Moderator,
Oh, okay.
this, if I may, this would be the appropriate time to address the question brought up from Mr. Poole about the road agent conversation that was brought up, we tabled earlier, so this would be the appropriate time to bring that up, I believe.
Which conversation are you referring to?
The road agent.
The road agent, okay, thank you. Okay, that's in this section, sure?
You said 4312, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Who would like to address that?
So I will, so if you also notice, over on the road where it says road contractor, over the years past, the last couple of years, that was $120,000. We are funding and proposing funding the road agent at $20,000. We did reduce the road contractor line by that $20,000. And again, our road agent is Kevin Downs. He's very familiar with the town of Effingham. He has our old fire chief's vehicle, the Suburban. So if you see that on and about town, it's all red with the amber lights on it. It says Effingham Highway or Effingham on it right now. I proposed writing Effingham Highway on it just as a joke, just to get people's attention, but that wasn't a popular vote. But so yes, we can. Mr. Felix did address that. That the contractor that all of the contractors we have, they have a service, but they perform and they're contracted to the town, but they're in the business to make money. So we don't fault them for any of the charges that they give us. And they are what they are. They're pretty much standard industry on, standard prices across the industry on, chainsaws and, your tractors and things of that nature, and 1-tons and 6-wheelers. So when you have a tree down on a windstorm, you call out the contractor and they have a minimum, they send out a couple of guys, and just one lone tree could cost a couple $100. We're paying the road agent $30 an hour and he goes out for an hour, 2 hours, you're at $30, $60, carries a chainsaw in there, falls underneath our Primex liability insurance, and the savings in 2024, it paid for itself. We can confidently say it paid for itself. So there's no additional money for this new position. It's, for lack of better description, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, with no loss in service for that. If anything, it's an added service with minimal impact financially to the town.
We're getting better service for the same amount of money. That works.
I'm going to take a moment to plug in the power here because we're going to be disconnected momentarily.
George, you need to sit up closer in the future.
He's got a,
Actually, to save time, it's okay.
take your time, Jim.
I'll be right back.
Need a cord?
Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing at all. Speak amongst yourselves.
Throw Peter to pay Paul.
So you're done with this.
You make it 4 o'clock.
It's all right, scotch doesn't go bad.
Okay, that's what kind of meeting we're having. It's been so long, it killed the battery in this thing. Okay, where were we? And I'm sorry, Chris, that this happened in the middle of your discussion.
That's okay. I think we're done.
Okay, so we're zero sum on that. We don't need to make any adjustments.
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, anything else under highways and streets? Number 4311 through 4319. Right, then we will leave that alone. Move on to sanitation. Count numbers 4321 through 4329. Currently a total of 190,400. Anything to address on this section? Hearing none, we'll move on to water distribution and treatment. There's nothing there, unless somebody's got some news. Electric, we've got nothing there. It moves on to health, which is lines, accounts 4411 through 4419, total of 42,573. I know we had talked a little bit relative to this. Do we have anything else to say about this section? Okay, hearing none. We'll move on to welfare.
Mr. Moderator.
Oh, yes, okay, sorry.
Tucker Wentworth.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go for it.
Tucker Wentworth, Moody Road. I'd like to make a motion to amend the animal control officer's salary from $8,775 down to $6,000.
Second.
And what account number is that?
4414.
14, okay. And could you repeat that again, the numbers?
Reduce it to $6,000.
Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Leo. Further discussion?
Why? The call volume has lowered considerably in the past year and a half. And I think that the money could be spent elsewhere in town.
He is there.
Yeah, Tucker, introduce yourself.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Moderator, may I speak for a second?
Yes.
For those who didn't know, Dr. Wentworth is our animal control officer. He's got his nice fancy shirt on. So any of your animal control needs, he'll be the one that's showing up.
All right, thank you. All right, comments, questions on the motion? Okay, the motion under section 4414 to reduce the animal control officer's salary from 8,780 to 6,000, should be a reduction of 2,780 if my math is correct. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Have to call about those two dogs we see running up and down the road, learning all the time. Hey, any other questions or comments, proposals on health? Thank you. Moving on to welfare, accounts 4441 through 4449. There's a grand total of 12,600. Any action on this section? Okay, not seeing any. We'll go on to culture and recreation, 4520 through 4589 for a total of $120,957. Any input on this section? Okay. We will move to the section on conservation and development. Accounts 4611 through 4659. Grand total of $8,530 on that section. Comments, questions? Turn the page. Debt service, 4711 through 4790. It's $2. This should be a long conversation. Okay, we're willing to let it go? All right. Capital outlay, 4901 through 4909 is $0. So there are no comments. Operating transfers out, 4911, 4919, also $0. Okay. So that brings us to our total operating budget appropriations. The number we started with was $2,296,597. I see the finger going on the calculator. We should have a new number there.
You got it? You want it, Jim?
I would love it if you had it.
2,342,106.
Nice and quick.
Okay, the number I have is $2,342,106. It's the new total operating budget. Okay, so that, I believe, unless I missed something, I believe we have covered the budget for Article 19, operating budget. Last chance to say anything. If you suddenly thought of other items. Yes, sir, Mike?
With this revision, what is the new impact on the taxes on the yearly rate per thousand?
Anybody calculate that?
He already had it calculated. I don't know what he's doing.
$7,000 is 3 cents. So, yeah,
$15,000.
whatever the increase divided by. So minus 296,597 minus it. 229657 equal. Huh?
120.
296, yeah, 2,296,000. 45,000, 7,000. It's 3 cents for every 7,000. Would you have 45?
21 cents.
You're estimating 21 cents?
21
Yes,
cents.
21. Good job, Paul.
Okay.
So we got.
Okay, very good. All right, so I'm trying to remember way back when we had a motion and a second, but I don't remember who did what. Leo and Chuck. Okay, good. All right, so we're going to call the question. And Article 17, the text of it.
19.
Or 19, yes, thank you. Yeah, I've got glasses on. Okay, the operating budget. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the budget committee's recommended amount of, the new number is $2,342,106 for the general municipal operations. The budget committee and board of selectmen recommend this appropriation. A majority vote is required. All in favor, please raise your flags. Okay, looking pretty good. Those opposed? Okay, the motion carries for Article 19.
Mr. Moderator,
Budget, and yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion to restrict reconsiderations of Articles, trying to remember back now, 18 and 19.
Okay, do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Chris, seconded by Leo. A motion to restrict the reconsideration Article 18 and 19. Okay, Joanna, do you have a comment on that?
I have a question as we move forward then. For any article where it doesn't say no amount to be raised from taxation, if those articles are approved or it's being asked to raise and appropriate money, does that mean it would be in addition to what we just voted on?
Don't know if I understand your question.
We just voted on an operating budget, a set number. So I read another article which says, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate money where there's no indication that it would not be raised from taxation, does that number go up? So we would have more, and further increase to our taxes, is it how we vote?
I haven't looked ahead to see if that's the case. Chris, can you comment?
It would only be if it's a new article. If it's an existing article that we have every single year, then that's not gonna impact the tax rate, because that's already figured into the current tax rate, because we do that every single year. And without knowing specifically which article you're referring to.
Very nice. Well, Article 21 is an example.
If it says it's come to.
Special article, there's no indication, like, no.
Yeah, so it's-
Raised in taxation, it doesn't say that, our taxes could go up further.
No, we're funding this out of the unreserved fund balance, so.
Okay, that was all I wanted to know.
250 we already.
Yeah, 250,000, we'll address that when we get to that. But
I'm
the
a
two-
little ahead of myself, but I
Yeah,
just
the
wanted to understand.
$250,000 is something we put towards roads every single year, and anything above and beyond that, to do that scope of work, we take from unreserved fund balance, so it won't, there'll be no impact.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Okay, the motion before the group is to restrict reconsideration of Article 1819. Anything else related to that, anybody has to say? Otherwise, raise yes if you are in favor. Okay, if you are opposed, Karen, are you voting both ways? Okay, very good. Motion carries. It is 2:00. Does anybody feel like, let's keep going?
Yes.
Does anybody need 5 minutes?
Get over it.
Keep going, all right. All right, Article 20. Fire truck and equipment CRF change of purpose. To see if the town will vote to change the purpose of the top fire truck and equipment capital reserve fund, which currently funds fire trucks and equipment, to also include as its purpose to fund the cost of fire vehicles generally, and to appoint the board of selectmen as agents to expend. A 2/3 vote will be required for this. Who would like to make the motion on that?
So moved.
So moved by Chris, seconded by Chuck. Who would like to speak to this? Okay, Chris?
I'll start if I may. So the intent of this article is, in years past, this capital reserve fund was intended for putting money aside into that savings account for purchasing a new fire truck. Just to give you one quick example, the most recent fire apparatus that was purchased in our mutual aid system was by Ospey Corner Fire Department, and that was for approximately $1.2 million for a pumper, not a tanker, just a pumper frontline piece of apparatus. So when the time comes for us to replace something, we are of the mindset that it would be more cost effective for this town to refurbish, much like you approved and supported last year at town meeting to do with our tanker. It is much cheaper, and if, God forbid, we had to make a whole purchase, we're not gonna do it through this process. We'd probably be, talking to you folks about a bond thing. Having said that, there are a lot of other equipment and vehicles that support the fire department and the fire service, from chief's vehicles to utilities to, we currently have an ambulance. So there are a lot of other vehicles that go towards the support of the fire department. The way the language was before, it was for solely purchasing a fire engine and the equipment to upfit it. And that was it. So that was the intent of this article. I don't know if the chief wants to add to that or not, but.
Just to clarify a little bit on that, we are opening up this ETF to allow us to purchase additional items from it. That doesn't mean that we're coming out to purchase an ambulance right away or anything like that. This is just opening it up for the future to make it a little more clear, because it was a gray area before. We've had grant opportunities for things like new forestry trucks and things of that nature. However, because a forestry truck technically isn't a fire engine, we were not able to apply for the grant because we wouldn't have the grant match. The grant match could come out of this fund. The same could be said for an ambulance. If down the road, the need became available for us to have a better ambulance, a newer ambulance, whatever the case, say if Action was no longer our contract, we would be able to apply for a grant or purchase a used ambulance out of this fund at that point. In addition, the command vehicle or the chief's vehicle would be purchased out of this fund as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Carol?
Carol Fisker, trustee of the trust funds.
I would want a more specific purpose because it cannot be changed without a specific purpose. The DRA, the state has to approve this.
They did.
Just saying the general wording isn't enough, so can you,
From what I'm hearing, that approval has already happened from DRA.
without us, that's great. Anyway, what is, because the warrant, that isn't saying specific language of what the purpose of, I'm not saying I disagree with opening it up to more vehicles, it just, I would like a more succinct quotation of what the purpose is. You probably have it, you can.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but if I believe I'm correct, the current language is just simply to purchase and refurbish fire
truck and
fire truck and fire truck equipment.
Right, so what are you asking us to change it to today? I think you're asking us to change it.
We would basically remove the word,
You just said ambulance, so fire vehicles will cover, I'm just saying safety,
so
trying to include your ambulance.
the wording would change to fire department vehicles rather than the word fire truck. So that would be any vehicle operated by the fire department. The fire department operates the ambulance.
So you already approved ambulance as a fire vehicle?
It's run by the fire department.
It's a vehicle operated by the fire department.
Okay, I'm just saying, because they get very semantically, all right, so can I make an amendment that wording is part of this? Include to include ambulances or something? Yes. Yeah, because right now, there's no ambulance that's covered, I would just like to open it up and have that language.
Okay, so the current trust fund purpose states refurbishing or purchasing fire trucks and or equipment. The proposed change would be refurbishing or purchasing fire department vehicles and or equipment.
Okay, not ambulance, okay.
And the ambulance is a vehicle operated by our fire department.
It was vague in that.
Technically, it would be fire department vehicles and vehicle equipment. Not equipment in general, that's a separate.
Yeah, that was a gray area from the past as well. I don't know that that was included in our requested wording change at this point, but I would assume a motion could be made to modify the wording.
That we can't do. That we can't do, right?
Can't change wording.
Are we able to add the word department? So fund the cost of fire vehicles generally. Are we able to add the word fire department vehicles generally?
Into the warrant? Into the article?
Because this is the wording we're voting on. We're not changing the title, we're not voting to change the title, but we're voting to change the purpose. Are we allowed to add the word fire department vehicles?
Whatever you guys.
Are we allowed to add a word to a change of purpose, since it's a change of purpose?
It's a sort of motion that competes with itself.
Right.
If you feel like that's necessary, then it changes the purpose. You know what I'm saying?
Clarifies the purpose, so it aligns with what the fire department would like. Without it, there will be some interpretation struggles if they should come to the trustees for an ambulance. Because currently it says a fire, if it said fire department vehicle,
It would be more.
it would be, there'd be more clarity there.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So if we're allowed to do that, I'd like to make a motion to do that, if that's permissible.
Personally, I don't know where the boundary is on that, and particularly, Chief referred to things like eligibility for grant money and so forth. There's no way for me to know how that impacts that.
There would be no impact to that. The grant situation, we just need to have somewhere to pull that funding from. It doesn't impact grant eligibility. It seems almost as though it's a semantics error rather than an additional change of purpose. It's still the same end goal.
Okay, could you read again how you would like it to be spelled out?
To also include as its purpose to fund the cost of fire department vehicles. I make a motion that the word department is added between fire and vehicles.
I second the motion.
Yeah.
What's your name, sir?
Fred Bradbury, Pine Road. I'll also be up here on the next article.
Did you get that? Fred Bradbury?
Yes, sir.
Fred Bradbury, yes, okay. So there's a motion on the floor currently to change the wording to include department between fire and vehicles generally. This is what we're discussing currently. For the amendment on the article. Elaine, are you addressing that?
You don't the amendment, no.
Okay, Susan, are you addressing the amendment?
So we cannot change the subject matter of the article. If currently equipment for fire trucks is considered covered, currently, is that right? And we're saying fire department vehicle and equipment, meaning equipment for fire department vehicles, I think we're good.
And I do believe that was the intent.
But I wouldn't add any other words. This is my opinion.
Okay.
So it needs to say fire department vehicles and equipment is what she.
Right, yeah.
She's gonna amend her first thing and I'm gonna second that.
So I believe Karen's intent is to change the purpose to read refurbishing or purchasing fire department vehicles and or equipment.
That's what Susan suggested. Karen hasn't said that yet.
Fire department vehicles and vehicle equipment.
We can't add the word vehicle based on what Susan just said, I believe.
But you're
Where
changing.
did you get the word refurbish? Did you just say that?
I'm reading this from the current purpose.
We're on Article 20, right?
We are.
Yep, I'm reading out of the current purpose as it's established today.
Oh, I see, not the article.
That's
correct.
Okay, got it.
Don't confuse.
So we've had a change to the amendment by the city conference.
Not a second.
My opinion is I'm concerned about what could be considered innocent changes that could have unintended consequences.
We're good.
You're good? What does that mean? We're good.
Vehicle and equipment.
I can't hear everything.
So the updated description would read refurbishing or purchasing fire department vehicles and or equipment, correct, Karen?
And equipment, no wars.
That's what the current purpose states, but yeah.
Well, again, I'm going back to Article 20.
Susan, he means that the original article, the original wording. You're not seeing that in the town report.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've got a different sheet here from the trustees with the original purpose written on it, that's where I'm reading that statement from.
That's
I
immaterial.
think we have to go to
Stay away from that,
Article
JT.
20 as printed here
Only what's on the green.
in the report. That is the text we're working with.
Yeah.
So we're adding
Karen's motion
adding
would be amended to
one more.
change Article 20 to just add the word department between fire and vehicle.
Yes, that's where we started. We said fund the cost of fire department vehicles generally. So we would have a little squeeze of department in between fire and vehicles. That's where we began the discussion.
Department will come right in.
And is that where we want to stay?
Yep.
Fire department vehicles and equipment, right?
So, okay, hang on. I'm looking maybe in a different spot, okay? I'm gonna start from the beginning. To see if the town will vote to change the purpose of the fire truck and equipment capital reserve fund. Okay, that's the current, which currently funds fire trucks and equipment. So do we, on that particular part of the line, do we want it to say fire department trucks, or we leave it? Okay, and continue on after the comma. To also include as its purpose to fund the cost of fire department vehicles generally.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's where we want to put department,
Yes.
that one space. Phew.
Took 20 minutes.
Well, when you were talking about refurbishing and stuff, I'm like, that's not even in there. Okay, so that is in fact the motion for amendment currently. And Susan, hate to put you on the spot, but are you feeling comfortable about this?
The equipment's already in the stated purpose, keep that in mind.
I think the wording is not the best, let's put it this way. So, the way I understand it, we have a fire truck and equipment capital reserve fund. And the interpretation of the trustees has been, money can be used to buy vehicles and the equipment for them.
No.
Not other general equipment. So in order to stay on that, we're not changing that, but we're, instead of calling it trucks, we're calling it vehicles to gather more motorized vehicles in our definition.
Right.
And so equipment would refer only to those vehicles, not equipment generally for the fire department. So if that's how the trustees are interpreting that, I think we're good, just to add fire department vehicles and equipment, meaning equipment for those vehicles.
That definition's already in there though.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, but the trustees seem to think that now that opens the door, unless you clarify what kind of equipment, that they're opening the door to general equipment, and that's what we need to avoid. And you can't change the purpose, the subject matter of this kind of article unless you've publicized it first. So we're stuck with kind of this language and not expanding it. I think changing truck to vehicle doesn't change the subject matter, but adding or defining equipment maybe does. That's where I'm being hung up. I think you can say fire department vehicles.
So the only change we're motioning to make to the written warrant article right now is adding that word department between fire and vehicles, nothing more.
Fire department vehicles, yes, and equipment.
Okay, let's vote.
Period.
Which is, yeah, it's already in the description, we're not changing that today.
Right.
Thank you, Susan.
I think this is one that could bounce around a lot. I would also argue that there are no fire vehicles that are not owned by the fire department or under the purview of the fire department. So one could argue that's redundant anyways. I don't know, it's your choice. We have a motion on the floor to add that word between fire and vehicles on the last sentence. Unless somebody has something. I can't hear you. I can't.
Are you asking for a second for the motion?
No.
No, it has already been moved and seconded, and the discussion just continues on and on. So, I think I would like to, I think we've given it as much time as it deserves, and I would like to call the question on this. Those in favor of the amendment to add the word department between fire and vehicles, signify. Okay, those opposed? Okay, the motion carries. We'll add it to the funds fire trucks and equipment to also include as its purpose the fund the cost of fire department vehicles, etc. Okay, now we're back to the original motion on Article 20, and I will entertain comments and questions.
Elaine Jacobs Road. I just have a question about why we're adding appoint the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend. And what would the impact be?
Can someone answer that question up here?
So it's part of the process for changing the purpose of a capital reserve fund, you have to restate the expenditure agents.
And they're not already?
No, it takes town.
You gotta come to the town.
Go ahead, Leo.
Am I on? Am I on?
Fred Gregory again. Is the number of selectmen the same? What, was it 2/3 before to do that expenditure, or are we increasing?
No,
Hey,
no, that's the vote on it. The 2/3 is the vote.
Oh, 2/3 of our, thank you, sorry.
Mike, just hold on. To answer your question, the prior CRF, you had to come to the town meeting to get it approved.
We're not
Otherwise,
restating the purpose, we're we're not restating the agents, we're changing the agents to the board of selectmen.
Right.
Right now, it's at town meeting that everybody has to vote on expending out of that trust fund. It's the
CRF.
last remaining
CRF, right?
one that that you have to do it at town.
It's a
meeting.
difference of CRF versus
Yeah,
EF.
well, and that's a decision that you all have to make here, not necessarily a bad one, I mean, but it's not restating the agents, we're changing the agents.
The impact on that,
We used
The
to have
impact.
several articles that had to come to town meeting for a town vote in order to spend that money, and over the years, it's slowly slid back to the select board. The advantage of this is that if there were a grant, and the timing was such that the money had to be spent, if we keep it as a town vote as it is now, we may not be able to time. Giving the Board of Selectmen the ability to expend these monies frees them up to take advantage of timing when vehicles are available for a limited time period and not just in April.
Karen took the words out of my mouth, that's exactly what I was gonna say, it allows us to apply for those grants and not have to wait for town meeting or do a special town meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions, comments on Article 20? Okay, we're gonna move the question, all in favor of Article 20, signify. Okay, those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it, we will, Article 20 passes with the change at the department. Okay, Article 21, Pine River Road, dirt work, paving 1.1 miles. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $520,000 to perform 0.2 miles of dirt work, grinding 2.3 miles of road, and base pave 1.1 miles of road. The sum of $250,000 is to come from taxation, and the sum of $270,000 is to come from the unassigned fund balance. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this article. A majority vote will be required. Description: this appropriation will allow grinding the full length of Pine River to the Effingham Town Line at Route 16, replacement of 2 culverts, box cutting of 0.2 miles, and base pavement of 1.1 miles, starting at Elm Street. Who would like to make the motion?
So moved.
Chris has made the motion, seconded by?
Second. Chuck. Second.
By Chuck. Okay, Chris, would you like to speak to this?
Shut it off on me.
Is your microphone on?
It is now. Maybe.
I'm not sure which microphone you have now. There you go.
It is now. I think the article is pretty self-explanatory. This is Plan B if, in the event of the bond, which we pulled. So we have to continue with the road plan that was in place. We have to start on Pine River Road, which is now in the excess of $1 million to complete the whole thing. So we're going to continue with the, I'm gonna lack a better word, behavior and process that the town has been going with doing a little bit at a time. And the article itself, I think, is self-explanatory. If anybody, I will just quickly address the box cutting. So anybody riding Route 16 or any of these major highways, when they're doing reconstruction, where they go down 4, 6, 8 feet, you're driving in one travel lane and you look next to you, and there's a bulldozer, you're looking at the roof because they've gone down. That's to get rid of, bad unmatched materials and slowly lift that up with compaction, putting in good material in lifts, it's called. So you do 1 or 2 feet at a time, water it and compact that and bring that up to give it a more solid base so it doesn't heave and move around quite as much. That's the definition of a box cut, so that's, the rest of it I think is self-explanatory.
Okay, I can't believe there won't be some questions.
Just to be crystal clear then, the 250 to come from taxation is already in the operating budget we voted on.
Yes,
sir, go ahead.
No, it's figured into our tax rate, it's not part of the operating budget, but that $250,000 is already figured into our current tax rate.
So when you said in the previous calculation, like 0.24 or whatever it was, paying 21 cents more than our current tax rate, will the approval of this will not increase our.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Fred Gregory, Pine River Road. Is the box cutting happening on Elm or down by 16?
It's starting at Elm Street, in the area of Elm Street. The first, yeah.
It dips there, so that's where the box cutting is happening?
Correct.
Okay. And then my second question is, the way it's written, it sounds like you're grinding 2.3 miles, which I'm assuming is at the length, that's the entire length of.
2.2, correct, the entire length.
And then it says you're paving 1.1.
That is correct.
Or it says base paving.
That is correct.
So you're grinding it down 2.2 miles, and you're paving it 1.1 miles from Elm River?
Correct.
So
I will answer your question. So until 2026, one half of that road will be dirt. And that is the intent of this board, and moving forward, there are means in place for doing that. So when we do the grinding and the reclamation, it's gonna be graded, it's going to be rolled, it's going to be wet in compaction. And in our previous operating budget, we do have calcium chloride application in the town. There are ways of doing that so it actually embeds into the soil, and there are processes to make that last a lot longer. The thought process behind this is anybody that's, tried to move a piece of equipment or something like that, you pay for the cost. Part of the cost of getting your overall project is getting the equipment there. So if we have to pay for them to move that twice to just grind that short piece of road, it's not cost effective for that company, it's more cost effective. That's one point. The other point is, I work for a highway department. We have put roads back into dirt that were pavement and let them sit with the traffic. It helps you identify other areas that need to be addressed and some that may not. Also, if we leave that last half in asphalt, there's not a lot of asphalt left. Anybody that lives or drives that road knows that it's about 50% dirt now. And the 50% that's dirt now is a giant hole. And we dump copious amounts. It's approximately $1,600 for a dump of cold patch. And last year alone, we went through 3 dumps on that road. Just that road alone. I don't want to continue to do that. It's in very poor condition right now. I'm guessing that we could probably put 3 to 4 dumps on that road right now to patch the holes that are there. And that's not including this 1.1 miles that we're proposing redoing. That's the other half. Also part of this is the tree work as you come in off of Route 16. On the right-hand side, and yes, the Ospey Town line runs right there. All of those giant white pines, well, there's approximately 38 trees. We have gotten bids from several tree companies in the area to take all of those down. That portion of the road, yes, that'll be paved next year, but part of this whole project, that's a bowl. So to get the water off the road, which is what causes the potholes, driving thing, you gotta get the water off the road. You can't do that when the road's shaped like a bowl. You can't take the bowl out of it unless you get rid of the trees, and the stumps and so forth. So that would be part of this year's, in 2025's work as well.
Next,
Barbara Snoopy, Green Mountain Road. I just have a question concerning the milling. How much were we thinking of milling off Pine River Road? And the reason I'm asking that question is, do we have any idea how much material we actually have on the road at this time? Because potentially, I see as the mill being in the dirt, you're gonna have to lay pavement whether you want to or not, if we don't have depth there now. In other words, if you're gonna take off 2.5 inches of road,
Full depth,
so you're going right to dirt
correct,
with a mill.
correct.
All right, thank you very much.
So for that second half, are we gonna be back here next year voting for the same thing?
I certainly, that is our intent, that is my intent, and I certainly hope it gets the support.
Thank you.
okay. Any other questions, observations on the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote on this. Article 21, Pine River Road, dirt work paving, 1.1 miles. So the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $520,000 to perform 0.2 miles of dirt work, right, 2.3 miles of road, and base paving 0.1 miles of road. The sum of $250,000 is to come from taxation, and the sum of $270,000 is to come from the unassigned fund balance. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this article. Majority vote will be required. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, it looks like the ayes carry it by the majority vote required. Thank you very much. Moving on to Article 42, fire truck and equipment CRF. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be added to the fire truck and equipment capital reserve fund? This sum come from the unassigned fund balance, which represents money received from the town of Parsonsfield for fire department mutual aid. No amount to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen recommend this, a majority vote required. Description: the town has received mutual aid funds from the Parsonsfield, Maine on an annual basis. The amount ranges from $1,000 to $2,000. This warrant article would allow funds to be added to the previously established fire truck and fire truck equipment capital reserve fund of 1963, which allows for the appropriation to be used towards the purchase, refurbish, or equip fire trucks. We have a motion.
Motion, second.
Motion by Chuck, seconded by Chris. Chuck, you would like to speak to this?
I will.
Oh, do you want that on?
If you turn me on, there you go. This is particularly, it's a worded article we have every year. We receive the money from Parsonsfield, comes into the town. We just ask to move that money that comes in from elsewhere, put it into that particular capital reserve fund.
Okay. Comments, questions, or anything on that? Fairly straightforward. Okay, I will move the question on this. Article 22, fire truck and equipment CRF. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be added to the fire truck and equipment capital reserve fund? This sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance, which represents money received from the town of Parsonsfield for fire department mutual aid. No amount to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen recommend this article. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carries on Article 22. Article 23.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Is there a way to make a motion so you don't have to read everything twice?
I believe I have to do that.
You really?
Back me up, Susan, back me up. We have to do that, I believe, when we vote.
She's not backing you
I
up.
think in the past, I maybe shortened it a little bit.
Okay, right.
Nobody
Well, if
complained.
nobody opposes, I have no no problem with shortening these
Maybe
things.
don't read the description.
Okay, so we're gonna go on to Article 23. Joanna, do you have something to say before I do that?
It's just a request, when members of the board speak to each article, could you be specific if it passes, if there'd be an increase to the tax rate? If it doesn't otherwise say so.
Okay, well, we'll try to remember to query.
Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Article 23, fire truck and equipment, CRF, any questions? No. Just kidding. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the fire truck and equipment capital reserve fund? The sum of $10,000 is to be raised from taxation, just so you know. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation. Description: previously established fund would allow for the appropriation to be used towards the purchase, refurbishment, or equipped fire trucks. It would not necessarily fund an entire fire truck so much as to allow for a lesser expense or bond at the time of purchase. Would like to move this.
So moved.
Chuck, seconded by Chris. Chuck, would you like to speak to this?
Sure, and based on that previous comment, so last year, we had 20,000 that we raised in this particular article. This year, it's being asked for 10, the 10,000 is already inside the existing tax rate, so it's not going to additionally increase your taxes.
Okay. Questions? Okay, no? Okay, Article 23, and conforming with the request previously made, fire truck and equipment CRF, raise and appropriate 10K to go to the fire truck and equipment capital reserve fund. All in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, Article 24.
Can I nominate that we close the last three amendments?
Restrict for consideration?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, I think we have 4. Did we get 4 now?
4.
Yes, we have. That would be Article 20 through 23. Okay, was there a second?
Second.
Okay, Chris has seconded it. Any objections, comments? Okay, move it. All in favor of restriction? Okay, any opposed to that? Okay, motion carries to restrict Articles 20 through 23 for consideration. Article 24, Fire Department ETF, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be added to the Fire Department Equipment Expendable Trust Fund. The sum of $13,000 to be raised from taxation, and the sum of $2,000 is to come from the unassigned fund balance. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation. The majority vote is required. Previously established fund for the purpose of purchasing or refurbishing fire department equipment. Motion by.
Moved. Second.
Moved by the usual suspects, Chuck and Chris. Chuck, would you like to speak to this?
Sure. So if you remember the previous article, I said that we actually had reduced it from 20 to 10. So that 10 kind of got moved over into this area, so it's already in our tax rate. 2 is coming from the unassigned fund balance, so it actually leaves $3,000 that'll actually be added to taxes.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, Article 24 for the Fire Department Equipment ETF. Vote to raise appropriate $15,000 to be added to the Fire Department Equipment Expendable Trust Fund. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carries on Article 24. Article 25, Town Hall Repair and Rehabilitation ETF, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the Town Hall Repair and Rehabilitation Expendable Trust Fund. This sum is to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend the appropriation. Majority vote will be required. Moved by?
So moved.
Moved by Chuck, seconded by Chris. Chuck, would you like to speak to this?
Sure. Annually, we have put money toward the expendable trust fund for the town hall library. And last year we used 15, this year we're doing 10. 10 has been the historic. Eric Jones actually did a research for me a year or so ago, looking back over the last like 14 or 15 years, we've averaged like $14,000 a year. We're keeping this at a $10,000 level, even though the capital improvement plan called for 15,000, because we're still in our fundraising and grant writing phases to be able to complete the project, so we're requesting just 10.
Very good. Let's,
Just really quickly, if I wanted to get a full accounting of all money that's been invested in that town building over the last, since this project started, where would I go for that?
maybe Chuck.
How much detail do you want, Melissa? I have Excel sheets and then some.
I'll be in touch.
Okay, good.
Okay. Sir, Dave Spencer.
I think this is a luxury we just can't afford, especially for a building that we really don't own, right? Because we don't necessarily control the whole thing. And if we do.
The town owns the building entirely.
Okay. So then it would be possible to open up the second floor to rent it for functions, and we could make money off of that, is that correct?
At this point, we can't do that because we have a fire safety code issue. So the next project is actually looking at adding external fire escape stairs so that that larger room on the second floor could be used for community functions.
Okay.
But today, we've got a fire safety issue. We've only got one way in, one way out.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? All right, looks like we're good to go. I'll call the question, Article 25, capital repair and rehabilitation, ETFs. Town vote to raise appropriate $10,000 to add it to the town hall repair and rehabilitation expendable trust fund. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, so Article 25,
Moderator?
how many minutes? 10 minutes? Motion, anybody have a second for the, okay, the gentleman there. All in favor of taking a 10-minute break? Opposed?
I think it's close.
Pretty close.
I think it's happening.
Okay. Steve is taking a break. We'll continue on with our business. I think everybody wants to get the heck out of here. Okay, Article 26, transfer station recycling CRF. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be added to the transfer station recycling center capital reserve fund? The sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance, no amount to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation, majority vote required. Who would like to move this?
So moved.
Moved by Leo, seconded by Chris. Leo, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, standard appropriation every year for this fund. This fund is set up for replacement of compactors, et cetera. 2024 has been a busy year for the transfer station. Example, scrap steel. Instead of paying to get rid of the scrap steel, we have a new supplier who supplies a container free and pays the town for that scrap steel. We also have sourced new vendors for the tires, electronics. We added on propane tanks and also the removal of freon from the fridges, et cetera. We also have paid a container for additional storages and tires. Note to self, the oil container that was purchased or granted in the past, we utilize that money to buy the container. So it helps with the storage, keep the tires in, so blowers and all that stuff. I also want to acknowledge the promotion of Brad Stewart to supervisor of the transfer station.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions on this? Article 26. All right, seeing none, hearing none. Article 26, transfer station recycling center, CRF. Town vote to raise and appropriate $2,000 and to the transfer station recycling center capital reserve fund. And this will come from the unassigned fund balance. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Article 26 is approved. Article 27, emergency management generator replacement ETF, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,000 to be added to the emergency generator replacement expendable trust fund. This sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance. No amount is to be raised by taxation. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this article. Who would like to move and second this?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Chris, second by Chuck. Somebody keep track of this? You are, Lori? Okay, very good. Chris, would you like to address this?
Sure, this is to add to our savings account for the purchase of one of 3 of the emergency generators that the town is responsible for. One at the fire station, one at the municipal complex, and one here at this building, right around that corner right there. Because this is our emergency shelter. There we go. Hi.
Had the wrong one on there.
Did anybody hear everything I said previous? So, okay. Pretty self-explanatory. The reason why there's a lower amount than in years past is we did have a generator failure at fire station number 2. Thanks to the April snowstorm, you're gonna hear that, it's a common thing. It was, did a lot of damage, and the insurance company covered the cost of replacing that one. So we know that that one in particular is gonna be good for a while. So, that's that.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Sorry I had you on mute there.
No worries.
We were enjoying it. Any comments or questions? It's getting late, you can tell. Okay, all right. Okay, all in favor of Article 27? Yay! Okay, moving on to Article 28, bridge maintenance ETF, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,000 added to the bridge maintenance expendable trust fund. Sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance, no amount to be raised from taxation. Special warrant article, Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend this appropriation. A majority vote is required on 28. Who will move?
So moved.
So moved by Chris, seconded by?
Second.
Second by Chuck. Chuck, would you like to talk about this?
No, Chris would though.
Okay.
I don't think he wants to hear from me anymore. I'll make it fast. It's self-explanatory to maintain the bridges that the town owns, Hutchins Bridge and several other ones. So, any future maintenance, not major repairs, but maintenance, washing, and things of that nature, with signage and to meet DOT standards and things like that.
Okay, very good.
Is that fast enough?
That was great. That's great. It's a model for all of us.
We heard you.
Any questions, comments, input? Okay. All in favor of Article 28 on bridge maintenance ETF? Okay, looking good. Anybody opposed to it? Okay, the article carries. Article 29, computer network ETF, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be added to the computer network equipment expendable trust fund. The sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance, no amount to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend the appropriation. A majority vote is required. Who would like to move this?
So moved.
Leo has moved it. Chris has seconded. Leo, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, yeah, when you heard the mic.
Oh, jeez.
Good, okay. Standard appropriation again every year for this fund. Right now, we have approximately $12,088 in the fund, adding the 2K would give us $14,088. The fund was created to replace computers, hard drives, etc. Good.
Okay, all right. Comments, questions? Okay, all in favor of computer network ETF Article 29? Okay, any opposed? Okay, Article 29 carries. Article 30, invasive aquatic plant ETF, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,000 be added to the invasive aquatic plant non-capital reserve fund. Sum is to come from unassigned fund balance, no amount is to be raised from taxation. Special warrant article, Budget Committee, Board of Selectmen recommend it. Who would like to move that?
So move.
So moved by Leo, seconded by Chris. Leo, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, yeah, this is a standard appropriation every year for the fund. The fund was created to combat milfoil, and etc. Most mostly on the private slate and stuff. So we have in the fund right now is $17,660, we'll increase it $1,000.
Okay, very good. Comments, questions? Seeing none, we'll vote on Article 30, invasive aquatic plant ETF. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Very good, thank you very much. Article 31 is library equipment ETF. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $687 to be raised to the library equipment expendable trust fund previously established. This sum is to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article. The Budget Committee of the Board of Selectmen recommend this article. Okay, this is from a previously established fund that would be allowed for appropriation to be used toward purchase of equipment such as computers, shelving, and furniture. Who would like to?
So moved.
So moved by Chuck, seconded by Chris. Chuck, would you like to speak to it?
You covered half of it. It's replenishing money that came out of the trust fund in anticipation of purchasing new equipment with the preservation work that's being done on the first floor this year and next.
Great, okay. Questions? You might want to know why it's such a weird number, $687, but that's okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries on Article 32. I'm sorry, 31. Article 32.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 24 through 31.
Okay, very good.
Second.
Who made it?
Dan Felix.
Dan Felix. Those are Article 24 through 31. Restricted, I'm sorry, who seconded it? Chris did. Okay. Okay, all in favor of restriction? Anybody opposed? Good. All right. Moving on to Article 32. Adopt all veterans tax credit. Shall the town vote to adopt the provisions of RSA 72:28-B, all veterans tax credit? If adopted, the credit will be available to any resident or the spouse or surviving spouse of any resident who, one, served not less than 90 days on active service in the armed forces of the United States and was honorably discharged, or an officer honorably separated from services and is not eligible for or receiving a credit under RSA 72:28 or RSA 72:35. If adopted, the credit granted will be $500. The same amount is a standard or optional veterans tax credit voted by the town under RSA 72:28. Majority vote is required. Who would like to move that?
So moved.
Moved by Chris, seconded by Chuck. Any discussion on this?
I think it's self-explanatory,
Okay, any questions?
unless anybody has any questions.
Anyone, Mr. Morris?
This article doesn't tell us if the board or the budget committee support it.
Okay, the question was, it doesn't say whether the selectmen or the budget committee support this. Do we have any comment on
It's not an appropriation of money.
that? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, it's not an appropriation of money. Okay. Even though there's a $500 credit, but it's not tax money.
Yeah, not really.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. All right, then, any other questions or comments on it? Okay, seeing none, we will vote for Article 32 to adopt all veterans tax credit, all the stuff I said before, all in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carries through Article 32. Article 33, green burial. The Effingham Cemetery trustees are directed by the people of Effingham to allow the choice of natural burial in the Woodland Cemetery. This directive shall be effective immediately upon passage of town meeting and shall be in effect whether the cemetery is run by the town or by an entity acting to fulfill the town duty of providing a cemetery. For the purposes of this article, natural burial is defined as the choice of being buried without the requirements for embalming, a casket, or a burial vault. There shall be no additional charge for the provisions of natural burial. A majority vote is required. Who would like to move Article 33?
I'll move it.
That's Chuck, seconded by Chris. Chuck, do you like to speak to it?
Sure. There was a presentation done by former Representative Jerry Nurk at the library several months ago. And a number of the people that were there asked if I would be willing to bring this forward to the Board of Selectmen, which I did, to have this as a vote before this town meeting. Jerry actually worked with the town of Freedom, and they passed this particular ordinance last year. He also worked with the state legislature when he was representative to make modifications to the state law to really make it an effective option and a cost-effective option for people around a barrier.
Thank you. Any questions on this or comments? All right, hearing none, we'll call for the Article 33 green burial as described here. All in favor? And all of any opposed? Okay, motion carries. You will decompose in peace. Pieces. We are closing in on it, folks. Article 34. Oh my God.
We gotta make a motion.
Okay, to see if the town will vote to accept the reports, which is basically see if the town will accept the reports of its agents and auditors. Would like to move this?
So moved.
Moved by Chris, seconded by Chuck. Chuck is seconding it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any comment necessary on this?
No, move.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna move Article 34. All in favor? Yes. Any opposed? All right, Article 35, all other business. Is there any other business?
You just lost your mic. You just lost your mic.
Battery ran out.
Oh, probably on the mic.
You got green now, you got red.
Yeah, it's dying, so we're gonna have to make this quick.
How do you?
Okay, any other business to come before this board?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. I didn't know who said it. Oh, okay.
Chris McCog.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go solo here. Was there a second? Yeah, okay. All in favor of adjournment?
Hey!
Who wants to say